Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call this budget hearing to order. This evening we'll hear from the Emergency Services and Telecommunications Department, followed by our Police Department, I believe, followed by our Fire Department, and then the Department of Public Works. And so with that, I will turn the floor over to Chief Ravella.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon and early good evening to everyone here. My name is James Ravella. I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Hartford, but I'm also the Acting Director since late August of last year of Emergency Services and Telecommunications. Sitting to my left is Michael Paul Bruce from ES&T, who will walk through your slides, make a statement, and hopefully answer all your questions. Next to him is Tom Boley, who's also taken the lion's share of grants and analysis of the budget also. So, Mike, please.
I bid you good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Bruce.
Pull the microphone a little closer. Thank you.
I'm the Senior Project Manager and Operations Manager for the Department of Emergency Services. I've been tasked by Chief Ravella to present you for your review and consideration the budget proposal for emergency services and telecommunications for fiscal 14-15. I am honored to be the presenter on behalf of the dedicated men and women of emergency services who in their daily duties are truly the first of the first responders for emergency services to the citizens of the City of Hartford. My staff are the first responders on almost 150,000 911 emergency calls for service across the police, fire, and EMS spectrum, and further answer nearly 500,000 non-emergency calls for services, non-emergency services annually. These duties are performed in an ever more complex technical environment with dwindling resources of personnel. I would love to tell you that technology makes up for a dwindling personnel resource, but sadly that is not the case. Technology is only a force multiplier to a finite point. A human being must still pick up that phone and listen and help. My team members stop bleeding, perform CPR, calm the emotionally distraught, deliver babies, all by proxy, all over the phone. And they are the last voice, the last person that a victim may interact with as they pass away. So before I can present these numbers, I stand before you to sincerely and respectfully request your consideration and assistance as it pertains to the proposed reduction in staffing levels for the Department of Emergency Services. Coming into this budget cycle, our department had approximately 14 vacant emergency telecommunicator positions awaiting filling, a 26.4% staffing shortage for our authorized strength of 53 emergency telecommunicators. All of those positions are being put forth to you for elimination in the proposed budget. We are currently in the process of hiring 4 ETO trainees, a process I was informed only today that will be allowed to proceed. In this budget cycle, I fully expect to lose 4 staff members through retirement, one having retired only last week, and the others through attrition. With the new trainees, at least my net gain and loss would remain at 0. We have struggled to get to the point we are at currently to be able to finally hire, and we have had a commitment from the city to be able to do so. Our staffing problems were recognized and acknowledged. The difficulties in the hiring process are frustrating to say the least. And allow me to present one example of our need for additional personnel and the ability to expand our department. For a time frame of 16 or more hours per day, we staff police dispatch with 2 dispatchers. An industry standard recognized dispatcher field personnel ratio runs anywhere between 25 to 30 police personnel or units per dispatcher. As I wrote this introduction for you this past Thursday at 4 p.m., there were 122 units with 130 officers on the road across patrol, community services, traffic, various task forces, specialty units, walking beat and bicycle officers, and private job officers, with the 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. units still waiting to go out. So that is 61 units per dispatcher, over a 100% dispatcher overload. This is far and away above the industry standard for safe and proper span of control, and creates an extraordinary level of stress for the dispatcher and creates an officer safety issue for those in the field, and as a consequence, public safety can be directly affected. There have been discussions held and plans offered to ease these issues by increasing the police dispatchers based on hourly call volume and unit density to as many as 4 dispatchers. The only thing preventing us from doing so is the lack of staffing and the inability to maintain a candidate list of high-quality prospects for a variety of reasons. For this reason, I respectfully request this council to consider allowing some of these positions, hopefully as many as 6 to 8, to remain within the budget proposal, funded at perhaps 50%, so at least give us the ability to bring another class of trainees into the second half of the fiscal year. So, we can proceed with the numbers. The fiscal year proposal for 2014-2015 is $3,907,861. In the personnel category, it is $356,972 less than fiscal 13-14 and is inclusive of the staff reductions of telecommunicator category I spoke with. The only remaining vacancy in the proposed budget is that of the director. Overtime. It is not quite accurately represented, being $154,000 less than fiscal 13-14 because funds were transferred. There was a transferal of that amount to the 911 subsidy and therefore off the general fund budget. Non-personnel expenses have been reduced by $150,000 less than fiscal 13-14, again, by transferal of this amount to the 911 subsidy and off the general fund budget. The Department of Emergency Services and Telecommunications and its telecommunicators remain dedicated to delivering quality first responder services to the citizens of Hartford and our emergency services partners, the Hartford Police and Fire Departments, and our EMS partners, AMR and Aetna Ambulance. ES&T functions are public safety telecommunications. These are telecommunications for our police, fire, and EMS partners. HeartLink system management, that is your entire radio system for the entire city. It covers not only the emergency services, but it also covers the non-emergency departments, health and human services, public works, license and inspection, and the rest of the departments throughout the city. We also provide radio system services to other law enforcement partners such as Capitol Police, Supreme Court Police, and we are currently in negotiation with West Hartford to provide some infrastructure support as they introduce a new radio system to their community. We'll be doing the same thing also for the town of Wethersfield. We provide the management of the false alarm enforcement ordinance that is in place in the city. We have one party dedicated to handling and managing that function, billing, permitting, and taking care of the financial aspects and monitoring the false alarms and trying to enforce a reduction of false alarms which drain resources. We manage the information technology department for the entire public safety complex. While there is an information technology department for the city, the public safety aspect of information technology is quite specialized. We have numerous We have our own mainframe system within the building that maintains our heartbeat and dispatch and CAD, as well as records management system. This system is currently in process of a major upgrade and overhaul from antiquated AS400 mainframe systems to much more efficient server technology. And we provide the administration for the Department of Emergency Services, for the dispatching, for the radio repair section, for information technology, and all the employees therein. As you can see, this is our incoming dispatch call volume for the last fiscal year. We've been averaging just under between 25 and 30,000 calls for service every month. That includes police, fire, and EMS, 911 emergency, and routine calls. This is the call volume that we get on the dispatch for by telephone monthly. Calls dispatched by agency. As you can see, there were 176,400 calls dispatched for police. We have 18,978 for fire and 25,227 EMS calls. These are the calls that are dispatched by the dispatchers to the field units on a daily basis. As you can see, Hartford is the busiest PSAP here in the state of Connecticut. This was 911 call volume for the calendar year of 2013, 139,939 911 calls for service. That is better than one call for every man, woman, and child who are legal residents of the state of the city of Hartford. Our nearest competition was New Haven at 129.4. The initiatives that we wish to undertake for 2014-2015. We have a new computer-aided dispatch CAD system and records management system, which is in process. We are going to be increasing the amount of internal training that we do for the dispatchers on top of the already required and state-mandated recertifications that have to be performed. We have a next-generation 911 implementation that should be taking effect either the last quarter of 14 or the first quarter of 15. That is a forklift upgrade for the 911 system being provided by the state of Connecticut, which is going to be a very large technical process. As some of you may have heard, we're going to have the ability to then accept text messaging, photographs, and video, as well as telephone communications on the 911 circuits. We are also currently working with alarm industry representatives at the direction of Chief Ravella for reviewing the alarm ordinance for recommendation to improve our false alarm response and to increase monetary fine collection and permitting fees.
With that, everyone, I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Councilman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Mr. Bruce, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You had mentioned there is a disparity with our dispatchers, and hearing what's coming up with the support of surrounding towns, how is that going to impact, or better yet, who's going to pay for the cost of having these additional services provided to surrounding towns, and how that's going to displace us? You're already understaffed.
The services that we're going to be providing for the surrounding towns are space only within our hardware infrastructure. No personnel will be affected by the services that we're going to be providing. There's going to be just rack space in our transmission sites and some interconnectivity which will improve federally required interoperability standards that have been long sought and desired.
As a follow-up to that, can we charge them for space?
The spaces that we are provided at the Hartford Insurance Group are provided to us at no charge by the Hartford Insurance Group. We currently pay for space at 280 Trumbull Street. There is a figure that it's in the budget for paying for the space for that. Those are our two transmission sites. The floor space that they would require to take up would be one server rack, which constitutes about 9 square feet.
Okay. And one additional question, going back to your last slide, the collection of false alarm fees and recommendation for an ordinance, do you have a price of how much we aren't collecting, how much is still out there uncollected?
We're currently showing outstanding accounts receivable of in excess of $400,000.
$100,000.
Yes, sir.
What is the process currently in place to recoup some of these funds?
The process that was put in place with the ordinance unfortunately does not put a lot of teeth into the collections process. Any time that collections have tried to move forward, things they don't seem to work well.
We have to follow it through, huh?
There's problems with follow through after it's been pushed out of our agency, and any time that we have gone as far as small claims, they usually get dismissed. So I don't know how to answer you past that. Those are the results we get back from feedback into the system.
I'll follow with the Chief on another time with our monthly discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz.
Good evening, and through the chair, I have a couple questions. You can please excuse I'm battling a cold. My first question is to get clarification in regards to the decrease of $831,000. I'm actually on page 24-1. Is this decrease include the 311 relocation?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat?
The on page 24-1, it gives us a explanation of whether there's a decrease or an increase in the budget. It says here 831,150 or 17.5% decrease, and I wanted to know, just to get clarification, does that include the relocation of 311 call center to Metro Hartford Information Services?
Yes, sir. Several months ago, the 311 operation was transferred from under the auspices of emergency services and placed under the Metro Hartford Information Services, with the concurrent transfer of all of their budgetary items, payroll, and all the other fiscal items to MHIS's budget. So that would come out from underneath us. Yes, sir.
My other question is, in regards to the positions, the vacant positions, could we get a breakdown of which divisions these 14 vacant positions come from?
Those positions were all emergency telecommunications operators. They are all the dispatch call intake personnel from the dispatch center.
Non-personal accounts.
Sir?
The non-personal accounts, what do they entail?
I don't think I understand your question, sir.
So, in that same area, it says there's also a reduction in non-personal accounts.
Yes. Yeah. There have been reductions across most of the line items within the non-personal to the amount of about $150,000. And most of those have been transferred to the 911 subsidy and off of the general fund budget weight.
I have a couple more questions, if I may. If you look on page 24-2, it's a very small amount, but I mean, we're always looking to increase our revenue. On the section of administration, it says that they generate $100 in revenue, and so I wanted to know whether how is that $100 generated, and have we looked into ways of maybe increasing that revenue since we get a little bit in there?
I don't
program
have
section administrations.
Yes, we have it, sir. I don't have an exact answer for you, so we will research that and get the information back to you.
And my last question, it's on page 24-3 under program public safety communications, telecommunications. The $5,000 in revenue that are listed there, how is that generated?
Assume that sheet is unrelated to the question. Okay. No, they're all looking at it now.
We can find out.
Okay, we'll research that one for you as well, sir.
Thank you. No further question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. Mr. Bruce, you mentioned that there was a disparity in the, I guess it was among the dispatchers, correct?
As far as what, ma'am?
Okay, let me just rephrase my question.
Okay.
How many Hartford residents do we have working as dispatchers currently?
%23 of the employees for emergency services are Hartford residents.
All right, and can you tell me exactly why the percentage is so low in terms of Hartford residents? Is there something that's keeping us from hiring Hartford residents in dispatcher positions is my question.
Not particularly. We originally had done some Hartford-only recruiting. We did not get a very large response when we did a Hartford-only recruitment. One of the testing processes was closed because we didn't get enough, and it was reopened and reapplied for a statewide testing process. At that time, once the testing process went through, we received a much larger pool of candidates statewide, which allowed us to do our last hiring.
All right, thank you. And maybe you can tell me, with the next class that you're talking about having another class, correct? And the number for that class would have been how many?
4, ma'am.
4?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are there any vacancies now?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry, are there any vacancies now in addition to those 4 individuals you're trying to get another class for?
Well, pending this budget, there were 14 vacancies, depending on what takes place. But I was informed today that we will be allowed, regardless of what happens with this particular budget request, that we will be allowed to proceed with the 4 hiring that we are already in process with.
Okay, so
Just
you're
to
in the
be clear,
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Which does that equate to the 4 that you referred to? The hiring that's currently in process?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. A few more questions. All right, can you tell me who is currently recruiting in the Hartford area for the Hartford candidates? Or how is that recruitment taking place?
All of the recruitment, advertising, giving of the tests and everything is taken care of by the city's HR department.
Okay. And do you already have the applicants for these 4 positions that are coming up now?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of those are Hartford residents?
I do not have the breakdown for that. I can get that for you.
All right, so we're going to get a breakdown for the total. Can we get a breakdown for all of the positions that Hartford residents currently hold, their salaries, and maybe a copy of the ad that goes out to Hartford residents and where they're sending the ad? Would you have access to that?
We can ask HR for it, or a request can be made for them to provide it.
Okay.
I think HR just heard you.
I'm sorry?
I think HR just heard you.
Oh.
So we'll get the right.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman DeJesus.
Evening.
Good evening, sir.
I guess I'll answer the question for you. The revenue that's coming in as miscellaneous for their department is pretty much when an attorney asks for a request, they'll pay for the CDs or whatever information they're provided. That's where the revenue is coming from. The other question is, I had my aide pass around a copy of this. This is the comprehensive annual report. Page 136. I just want to get a better understanding of the breakdown, because this one is a little bit more detailed from the graph that you presented to me. I just want to see how
What are you referring to right now?
This is the comprehensive.
The detailed budget?
No, this is the comprehensive. Comprehensive annual financial report.
Okay.
Part.
Yep.
It comes around every January. So I'm looking at your call history, and I'm just trying to get a better understanding of the breakdowns. So in 2006, we had 23,289 calls, 911 calls. In 2013, we went down to 7,117. Close to a $20,000 decrease in 911 calls. Is this information accurate, or are you familiar with this information?
I've never seen this document before, sir. I don't know.
Right. Do you submit information for the CAF report?
To our city auditors.
Our finance department. Actually, the finance department issues this.
Is this a CAFR for finance that you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
right here.
And that may have been information provided by the previous director. At this point in time, I'm not familiar with what he did or did not submit. We're in the process. We can check that for you, however, and see where it came from. I honestly don't know where that information came from.
So you don't know where this information came from?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you submit information for the comprehensive financial report?
The previous director may have submitted information. I am not familiar with that.
The previous who? I'm having a hard time understanding.
The previous director of Emergency Services Telecommunications, who left in August of this year, may or may not have provided that information to finance. I'm not sure where they got their information from.
Right.
I will research that and get back to you.
Okay.
Councilman, excuse me. Let me just trip in here for a minute. These numbers aren't that far off of what I'm showing. In 2013, there were 262,858 calls for service, and I can supply this to you. That breakdown comes down to officer-initiated calls of 186,694, 911 initiated calls of 5,686. Citizen-initiated, which aren't 911 calls, for 69,667. Administrative calls, 728. And teleserve calls that come into the police for 83. So the information is a little off than what you're showing on the CAFRs, but it's fairly close.
Fairly close to. All right, and you're saying the 911 calls, give me the breakdown you said again? What is the 911 call CAFR estimate? Is because it is an estimate. I just see in the top it says unaudited. Can you give me the breakdown of that 911 call?
911 calls in
Yep.
2013, 5,686
And those are initiated by the public or by officers?
by the public.
Okay, public.
Just to make a clarification, sir, that is not the total of number of 911 calls that came into the center. Those are the total of 911 calls that generated a police response. Not everything that comes into the floor, it generates a response. People call us on 911 for directions.
When you say a response, what does that technically mean for you?
An officer being dispatched.
Okay, when 7,117 calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but there's usually case numbers higher than that. Case numbers go closer to 100,000 usually every year.
Yes, but that's only the 911 calls. Don't forget that there were 200,000 plus non-emergency calls, of which barking dog, past burglaries, things that would not classify as a life-threatening emergency, but still generated an officer being dispatched to handle that complaint. So those numbers are combinations of the 911 and the 9 emergency calls.
Right. And where I want to get to is when you guys are going to respond to me again, right? So I want to understand if there was a policy change as to what was determined as a 911 call when this information was submitted. And it's probably a conversation that you may want to have with finance to see what information was submitted. This is usually submitted at the end of the year every year and is actually issued in January to us as a council. So I just want to see, because that's a huge change. I just want to see how did we get from 23,000 to 7,000 calls. I just want to better understand those numbers there. I think that's important. My second question is trying to look back at our proposed budget revisions last year, and I couldn't do it fast enough. I wish we asked a little bit more questions to give me more time to do the research. But it's my understanding that we actually left the full-time operators on last year's budget. It was one of the few positions that we actually saved. So I'm asking, why weren't they hired if they were budgeted for?
I'll handle that one. When I took over, we actually had an analysis of how many we needed there. And we went through our old lists. The list is supplied by HR. And they were only to come up with at least 4 eligible hirees by the unit. So there's only 4 in the queue waiting to be hired. Mike, are there any others that are eligible?
There were 2 people from the previous list that were left hanging. We were hoping to get those, but then we were told that we would not be able to take them because the list had expired and there wouldn't be any way to put them back into eligibility. The city is currently in process with a new exam. They've already held the first part of the testing process for a new list.
Okay, so 4 were eligible, right?
Yes, sir.
You need 14.
Yes.
What is the request you're making today?
To bring us to maximum staffing.
Okay, so it's 14 the number.
Yes, sir.
Right. So you had 4 to choose from and 2 that were eligible for the hiring. Why didn't those 4 people get hired?
Why didn't they?
Right.
They are.
They did get hired.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
You're requesting, what was your request last year for FTEs?
There was 14 positions available for hiring.
Okay, are we losing any by retirement? I just want to see, if you filled 4 and you needed 14, 4 minus 14 is 10 left.
Yes.
But you're still requesting 14. So that means you're getting 18.
No, because I'm losing 4 within this calendar year by attrition. I lost 1 this last week for retirement, so I'm expecting to lose 3 more for the rest of this calendar year.
Okay, so the 4 are going to fill in for the ones you're going to lose through attrition.
Yeah, my net gain's 0 on this one, yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So there was hiring of 4 new FTEs, right?
Yes, sir.
You said they were still eligible, and what were the requirements that did not allow you to hire the ones from the previous list?
The list expired.
And it had and who gave you this information? Personnel at the time, or
Personnel, yes, sir.
All right. What is the time limit for these lists?
The lists, I believe, are 1 year.
1 year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So when you came before us last year, had that list expired?
The list expired, I believe so, yes.
But
But
do you know?
it had expired in 2012, but there had been some discussion between the previous director and HR that those 2 individuals may or may not be able, because they were fully eligible at the time the list expired, but due to circumstances between ourselves and HR, we couldn't get a class going. They wanted to have another class, more people. They didn't want to run a class with just 2 individuals. So there was talk about letting them carry over onto the new list, but then that idea was put aside. They said, no, the list is expired, that's it, you can't have them.
So you're saying that due to the fact, so there's 2 issues here you're bringing up. The list expired, and who did not want to hire them because there was only a class of 2?
I'm not sure. That was in discussions between HR and the previous director. I wasn't part of those discussions.
So by the time you're saying those 2 things cause for these FTEs to get not hired, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you also, if you can, through the request, I'll probably do it through HR, a request of that list that was submitted and when it was expired?
The previous list?
Yeah, the list that you said you had these FTEs. That to us.
Thank you. Councilman Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a previous day, some of us scrutinized the revenues, as you know, and a couple of questions were just asked about revenues. Councilman Cruz asked about one figure that was, I think, $100 and another $5,000. And I think you mentioned that some of our emergency coverage is coordinated with the state capitol police. Is that correct? And state capitol is state government, right?
We provide them with a communications resource only. They are on our radio system by a mutual aid agreement. We provide them radio services only. There's no, they do not provide any law enforcement function to the city of Hartford.
Right, but through you, but you said it's a mutual aid agreement.
Yes, sir.
Right. So So the question may be reiterating what was said before, but let me ask this specifically. On page 612 of this budget book, over on the left there's a line for intergovernmental revenue, and about the 8th line down is police, 452324, and it says state reimbursements. And the figure listed for 2012-2013 is $5,730, and now recommended is $5,000 or so. Would you say that that includes and represents any expenditures by the city of Hartford? Would you say that that includes and represents any effort or in-kind services or expenditures by the city in coordination with the state, since it's a pretty large property owner, not only the Capitol but its other buildings? Is that 5,000 the totality of what the city receives for that coordination and protective function, or have you or Corporation Counsel or any other office looked into enhancing revenue for those expenses of coordination and protection when it comes to state personnel if the state Capitol Police don't do all of it?
We will have to research that so we can get the exact breakout of the line item for you, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a round and very stable figure. In fact, it dropped somewhat. And yet I assume we have modern technology.
Councilman, they don't have the answer right now. They'll get it to us. I think that's what he just said. Asking about that line.
Well,
they've agreed to give it to us.
I heard that, but now's the time to get some of these things. So jumping down on the same page, payment in lieu of taxes. Again, the first line in that section is a state-owned property. So you wonder, would you say that our payment in lieu of taxes is considerate of the fact that you've also been discussing the cost of emergency services and coordination with the state, and that we offer some services to the state buildings, including the Capitol itself? Would you say that's included in the consideration of payment in lieu of taxes, which has not risen very much in recent years, even in view of technology advances?
We don't have an answer for that one, sir. I'm sorry. We don't. But yes, we don't provide services as far as law enforcement goes to the state buildings. When an incident occurs on the Capitol grounds, the Capitol Police investigate that. When an incident occurs in any other state building facility within the city of Hartford, the state police are called. So we do not. We don't have any direct knowledge of any activities that are supplied by the city in that respect for law enforcement.
All right, but through you, I thought you said that we do coordinate with them. I assume that includes some time of our MHIS and our police department, at least in having agreements and meetings together with them in case there's a disaster, so that we can communicate, have radio communication and all that. Doesn't that cost something, which is let's say, if you can't say it now, you get back to us about the consideration that we expense, being the capital city?
It very well could be, Councilman. I just can't give it a definitive answer. I can't give you a definitive answer right now.
Okay. Just one last question. In the circular graph you gave, you may have explained this, and maybe I missed it. You said payroll reduction target. That was $120,000, I think. Would you be able to say one more time, in case I missed it? Payroll deduction target, does that mean a goal that we hope to achieve in terms of that? Is that through furlough days, or how is that payroll reduction to be accomplished, and is it a sure thing? Thank you.
Good evening. The best way to explain payroll reduction target is any way that you can reduce payroll. And that will include attrition. It would include vacant positions not being filled for a certain amount of time, and anything else that would reduce the payroll.
Thank you. But through you, so this is, you could say this is a target which is now built into the budget. Is that right? So, you know, we all have to suppose, let's say there's a circumstance, you know, that requires certain staffing where we thought we could reduce payroll or have furlough days, but some kind of emergency, just like we had snow emergencies affecting DPW last year. As a target, how can the city council figure that into the budget rather than writing a line in the budget and then saying we hope to be able to reduce that and come up with a surplus or a contribution general fund? This is in the budget. right?
That's correct.
So just explain for us, before we agree to the budget, how that figures in case the target is not met.
Or before you answer that, can I ask you kind of a preliminary question? So on 24-1, and this comes up at a number of, in all of the summary pages in the budget book, it says that the budget for this department, this reflects a decrease of $831,150. That number, that decrease is reflected line by line throughout the budget, correct?
That's correct.
And so where it says that it includes a payroll reduction target of $120,000, is that in addition to that 830? That's incorporated, right? So I think that the answer is that it's reflected. That 120,000 target that it's referred to is already reflected in the numbers reflected, the reductions on the line items in this budget book.
Fine, okay. I guess I'm just asking for some specifics so that the whole city and we, the council, is not caught in a situation at the end of the fiscal year where indeed we didn't reach the target. Does that mean we have to withdraw it from the fund balance?
It is the goal of each department head to manage within their budget constraint, within their appropriation. If any department exceeds their budget during the course of the year for any reason, including snow or didn't meet their payroll targets, then yes, we would come to a council and ask for a fourth quarter transfer for that department.
And if that fourth quarter transfer was not forthcoming, then what?
If you're saying not forthcoming means that council would not approve it, we've never gone down that path before, so I don't know what would transpire from that.
And so, but to be clear here, because I think there's some confusion, even when I read this the first time in a number of areas, when we talk about this target. But the target referred to in different departments for payroll reduction is actually reflected throughout the departments, either in elimination of vacant positions or actual
attrition,
reductions.
Or even layoffs if need be, yes. It is reflected.
Right. So if this were adopted as is, that $120,000 is built into it.
Thank you. Okay, so the last question, just on the last word you just used, you say or layoffs. May I ask publicly again, as an alternative to layoffs, is furlough days a possibility?
Yes, furlough days are possible.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have a copy of the detail.
Let me clarify that.
Probably not.
Corporation Counsel just informed me that for union employees, furloughs would not be an option.
Or to be clear, it would only be an option with the cooperation of the unions in collective bargaining. Right.
That's correct.
Well, as a point of information, I suppose, to many of us, that is not clear, that furlough days is barred by a union contract. I mean, colloquially, anecdotally, we've been told otherwise. So-and-so can get a furlough day, regardless of whether he or she is in a union, or likewise, the furlough days could be given, am I correct, in the non-unionized workforce. And so I guess this is the general question we'll run through these hearings, whether furlough days are a viable alternative and exactly for whom and in what quantity, as opposed to layoffs, which you say may be necessary if the targets are not met. So is my understanding correct?
Well, my understanding from the Corporation Counsel is that with respect to union employees, furloughs is only an option with the consent of the unions through collective bargaining. They have to agree. I think that is the definitive word with respect to employees in the unions. Councilman Davis.
I got a quick question. When it comes down to the breakdown to the $831,150,000 reduction, talking about the line item 21306 006 has a reduction of 368,878 to its payroll.
That's correct.
Is this a decrease to the budgeted FTEs that we budgeted last year? Are we eliminating by putting in this number? Are we eliminating those dispatchers?
We're eliminating the vacant positions that were discussed just recently here, and that 368,000 reflects that reduction.
The answer, I believe, to this question is yes.
Yes.
There were positions that were budgeted for and funded last year, remain vacant, and I think that earlier, in terms of your theme, those same positions are now being taken out of the mayor's recommended budget.
All right, so for clarification, right, for the viewer at home, the 14, so this is part of the 14 recommended FTEs?
Reduction, yes.
Reduction.
Yep.
So in order for us to add to the dispatchers, we had to add this amount back into the budget to get to the 14 that he wants.
It might not be the exact number, but it would be approximate that number.
Approximately.
Yeah.
So the administration has cut out those 14. So technically what you're doing here is, your first bill was, you're asking council to increase or to add these positions back into your line item. Is that your request from council?
The request is to consider leaving up 6 to 8 positions back in the budget out of what's been proposed for removal.
From the reduction that the mayor did. So you're asking us to add.
Councilman,
That's what it is?
yes.
Okay, perfect. That's for clarity. I think what the problem is, we're giving out numbers, and probably the person at home may not understand what they're saying. So thank you for the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to wrap this up. So, and you've clarified, my question is that the budget that's proposed to us, you're not supporting. And so you want additional revenues to fund, and we can't do line items, just so everyone's clear. So we can't go in and say you get X number of positions, but additional revenues to support 6 to 8, additional funding for this department to support 6 to 8 individuals to come back in on time.
Respectfully, sir.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. I think if there are no further questions, very good. Last one. Mr. Bruce, can you give us a copy of, it seemed like you had some prepared remarks.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind sharing that?
Certainly,
with us?
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I believe police is next. We will commence with the police department in 2 minutes. Good evening. And we're back. Next, we're going to hear from the police department with respect to their budget. Chief Ravella.
Thank you, Council President. And just wait a second for the slides, and I'll walk through them for everyone.
Okay, great.
Can you do it? Sorry. Okay. Slide number one is what we're showing you is homicides, and for the last 3 years, we're starting to see them come down, and we're also starting to show stability, which is important. Next slide. And when we look at that, we look at all persons shot in the city, and we're also seeing within the last 3 years the numbers coming down and stability. But I do have to point out to you that 19 of the 23 homicides from last year were gunfire, so they are also reported in our 116 number. So the police department and the community are doing remarkably well in the coordination and partnerships to reduce this. Slide number 3, please. Of course. This reflects our fiscal year 14-15 proposed budget submitted. It includes payroll, wages, non-personal attrition, and overtime, and I can walk through that when we start talking about questions. Next slide. These are our year-end numbers. For 2013, they actually show a 7% decrease in our Part A crimes. Our homicides are robberies, rape, burglaries, aggravated assaults, auto thefts, and larcenies. Again, stability and downward trend. Our solvability, that doesn't show on here, are increasing across the board, which we like. Our arrests of adults are down. Our arrests of school-age juveniles are down. And our arrests of juveniles overall for the year are down. Next, please. This actually shows you the organizational chart of the PD as it looks today. I have approximately 440 operational officers. I have 15 officers on runouts, 6 on lump sum payments that will be leaving soon. There's a total of 109 civilians. School crossing guards, out of the 80 positions, 75 are filled. Out of the ACOs, the animal control units, 4. The matrons, out of 4, 3 are filled. Parking controllers, contractually, are down to 2. And in the PD, I have 25 civilians, for a total of 570 people. Next slide, please. This is actually a slide of your community service policing model. There are presently 69 officers included in that model, and it's broken down by 3 districts, all under a deputy chief and 1 lieutenant and 2 sergeants. They contain not only officers per neighborhood, they contain condition units, the horse unit, the faith-based officers, and our SROs, school resource officers, that are assigned to each district. And the final chart. And this is a breakdown for consumption by the, well, there's actually one more slide, consumption by the council. this actually shows different layers of how we're staffing, how the police personnel are broken down. It shows you the summary. It also begins to show you the demographics that I know that you're interested in, and it begins to show you our projected attrition. With that projected it's a crystal ball. How many officers will leave? I can tell you there's already 5 more that are backgrounds are being done on present officers. I expect to meet and exceed my attrition numbers, not only for this year, but for next fiscal year also. Next slide. And this came in this afternoon. I'm always reluctant to show this in a silo or in a vacuum, because I would prefer to show you different staffing levels at these points in time. I'd prefer to show you crime statistics layered on. And I'd like to point to the dip of $1.5 million, and that was a $3 million reduction from a federal grant by President Obama. So in and of itself, it's just a graph. But I think in order to understand it, you need different layers of data piled on. So with that said, before questions, if there's any continued questions or comments or things we can fill in afterwards, I'd certainly like to offer you a workshop for an hour or two on a Saturday, and I can actually detail and explain each line item and where we spend our money and how we spend our money. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, the police department, the cards you deal with are the cards we'll play with, and we'll make the same effort with our community policing plan, with our patrol response units, and we'll continue to make an effort to change our city and to reduce our crimes. So with that, I'm looking forward to questions from the council members.
Thank you. Councilman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Chief, good evening.
Good evening.
Officers, good evening. I have several questions that I would like to hear a response from. One of the things we've been dealing with as we've been having our regular meetings in your office, Chief, we've been trying to wrap ourselves around special events and how special events kind of relate to your overtime numbers. Can you share for my colleagues some of the driving factors with special events that we're currently trying to look at and address?
Yes, I can. And there's actually a special events task force that Councilman DeJesus is heading up. Right now, our special events last year, this fiscal year, is $450,000, and I thank Councilman Kennedy for mediating for the additional $150,000 to finish the year for all our different groups. I believe the intent of the ordinance years ago was to represent our groups fairly across the board, especially when it came to parades and special events for everyone. But with the advertising of the city and development services and Mecca in general, they've really blossomed, and we're forced to cover those expenses on the police side. Last year, I estimate that we spent $570,000, and this year I expend almost $600,000. And they include events not only with our parades, community events, and also the riverfront recapture. So there's certainly a challenging budget hole for me.
You've been having discussions with the administration, and you and I have been having discussions about how we look at the current ordinance. Do you think, and I know you've said it to me in private, but do you think this current ordinance needs to be adjusted and amended some kind of way so we can make measures so you don't burden all the costs of the special events?
I do think that, and we've had some discussion about that. But it has to be done on such a level where it's fair to the poorer community groups and the more affluent community groups. So there's got to be a very delicate balancing act that I trust you with.
Thank you. Next question to you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that you've brought into the city, along with other things into the state, is the call-in project from Project Longevity. I attended the first call-in that we had down at Capital Community College, and it looks like it was a great success. Looking at some of the figures that you presented with your slides early on, talked about gunfire and homicides. How would you state that will directly relate to some of your statistics that you provided tonight?
Well, in the policing model, especially the community policing model, Councilman, there's a lot of moving pieces. And Project Longevity is just another one of those pieces. It is definitely not the magic pill that solves our shootings for us, but it definitely opens up the door for direct communication between law enforcement and our probationers, which seem to be my biggest concern in public safety, because they're not only my next shooters, but they're also then my next victims. So Project Longevity opens up that doorway for communication, not only between the police department, but also from a grieving mother who explains how she lost her child and how it affects her family. And we also try to explain to the possibility to a probationer that your family, if you were accused and you go to jail, we're explaining to them what it does to their family in the long run too, because there's two sides to every coin here. And the final portion is the social aspect of it. They must see that there's an out, there's an exit, there's someplace for them to go. And I refer to Prosper as being another one. Sometimes all they need is a driver's license to get to their classes, to complete their GED, and to go out and to pursue a job. So Prosper, just like Project Longevity, is another piece of that puzzle that we're trying to put together.
Wrapping up, just two more brief questions. One of the things that we just heard today that came publicly is the restoration of the class. You talked about attrition, bringing in more, the possibility of, well, it will be funded by the state, looking at states will give us the money. How is that going to help you reduce your overtime?
Myself and Jose Sanchez from MMB have been talking about this quite a bit. And it's actually a balance, a cost-benefit analysis. At what time is it cheaper to pay overtime, or what time is it cheaper to hire people? And we've certainly got to the point where it's becoming cheaper to hire people for us. But realistically, they're maybe 9 to 10 months away between either selection process, 6 months of the academy, 3 months of writing as a field training officer. So the reductions in overtime will be delayed because these officers won't come online until later on, much later on in the fiscal year.
And one of the things that I've been able to do, we talk about hiring. This particular council always talked about hiring Hartford residents and getting those Hartford residents involved. One of the things you and I talk about is how can we improve our customer service and our public relations with the community that we're serving. And one of the things that I've been able to do with you is, and whenever I receive any kind of complaint or call, before it goes to a formal agreement, it's always kind of like bring it to your attention. One of the things I think you've been made some strides in is community service or customer service at the front counter. I think when people come into the police department with some particular issue, how they're represented or how they met and dealt with as citizens. So I think we probably need to do a little more improvement there. You talked about police officers in the field working with being more officer friendly or being more police friendly. So I would like to see more of that done, especially in the front office. When we come to the glass, how people are treated and how people are respected or disrespected. So I just want to bring that in front of your attention.
Nope. We're on the same page there. You know, professional standards, including how my officers greet and speak with people, are hugely important to me.
We just had a public hearing at Buckley High School, and every citizen who spoke at the hearing, the first thing they said, do not get rid of our police department. Make sure our staffing levels and our police department budget is not interfered with. Oh, this is just closing remarks.
Okay. Let's get some more questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that. So just to make sure that they hear, and they all were there. So we want to make sure that we look out for the police department the best way we can.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Kennedy.
Thank you, through the chair. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, sir.
To all your staff, good evening. Want to thank you for the work that you do. I know it's hard work.
Thank you.
And I've got some budget questions, and I thought I'd get right into it. I'm looking at your FTEs of 450 for police officers. You said about 440. Are those 22 cops in grant? Are they part of this budget, or are they budgeted offline?
Those 22 officers that are presently on COPS grants funding are not in the budget. They will not hit our budget until mid-March when their funding expires.
Okay, so currently right now those 22 cops are off budget. Did you budget for them to come online in March in this budget?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you also have here 37 civilian positions. You mentioned 109 civilian positions. So again, same question. Is only the 37 civilians recognized in this budget, and the other some odd 60 are off budget?
No, they're recognized in the budget, Councilman. School crossing guards are the bulk. 75 out of 80 are hired, and just 25 are inside the PD. So,
if I can to staff, then why does this only say 37 civilian positions when the chief's mentioning 109? I'm adding up numbers in the budget. Chief tells me there's 570 positions in here. When I add up here, that's not here.
If I may, school crossing guards are not considered full-time headcounts. They're part-time employees. We don't include the part-time employee numbers in our headcount report, only full-time. A school crossing guard.
They don't even include, like, I mean, okay, so if they're half-time, would you include them as FTEs? You know,
yes, they would be included as a part-timer would be included as FTEs. But school crossing guards work very few hours, as I understand it. I think they work a 2-hour day, and they don't work full year.
Well, I don't want to get into that debate. I don't believe that's entirely accurate, but I'll move on with some other questions. When the emergency service person was testifying, and I was just answering the council president as to why, because it's really not a separate department anymore, it got into who reports to whom. I'm assuming the emergency services director or project manager reports to you.
Right now, Mr. Bruce reports to me. He's an assistant. There hasn't been a decision yet to hire a department head.
Okay, and is that money reflected, that savings in terms of whether we've hired a department head or not there, is that reflected in the emergency services budget or in the police department budget?
Emergency services.
Okay. With respect to direct line of, and I just want to kind of clear this up, my understanding is that you report directly to the mayor. Is that correct? Okay. There is not a direct reporting line to the chief of staff or to the chief operating officer. Is that correct?
No, but I communicate with them freely.
No, but I mean in terms of authority, do they have authority to direct you in terms of the police department as to what to do?
No, only the mayor does.
Only the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you have regular meetings with the chief operating officer or the chief of staff in terms of reporting authority? In terms of, do you make reports to them, or those reports directly to the mayor?
With Mr. Hill came on, I have had one meeting with him. I'm not sure if he's going to want to continue those meetings yet. I have had meetings with chiefs of staff, but not on a regular basis. And I regularly attend not only department head meetings, but cabinet meetings with the mayor and his cabinet.
Okay, let me stop beating around the bush. My concern is, and I'm trying to figure out, are the police department and its chief being treated differently than all the other departments in terms of the reporting relationship and the organization within the organizational chart? In terms of reporting directly to the mayor as opposed to the other department heads that report to the chief operating officer and to the chief of staff?
I report directly to the mayor.
I see fiscal management here is $1.4 million and human resources of $146,000. Now, obviously, we don't make individual cuts within the budget, but given the resolution that was just passed, does the department anticipate and have you planned for the removal of those funds from the budget?
Not as of yet, no, sir.
Okay. You are aware of that, so I'm assuming you'll be presenting something to us a little bit different in terms of the budget, or do you just want us to make that assumption?
No, sir. We'll prepare something as soon as I get the direction.
Okay. That's all for now. I'll come back. I don't want to hog up time.
Councilman Cruz.
Getting through the president. Good evening.
Good evening.
My first question is, what was the revenue gained by HPD, if any, on the towing vehicles during this winter, long winter?
Councilman, I'm sorry. You're cold, I think is...
Revenue gained by HPD, if any, on the towing of vehicles or tickets during a storm?
Okay. We do not get the revenue. It's not sent back to the police department. It goes to the general fund.
My other question is, could I get a list of supervisors of divisions and how many officers under their supervision?
Certainly.
Under the 23-3, Chief of Police, again, we're going on from revenues. General fund revenue, $220,000. I would just like a breakdown on how the $200,000 are generated in the Chief of Police office or department.
Councilman, I don't have an answer for you right now. I will direct that to you within 24 hours.
On page 23-5, I see on the Device Intelligence and Narcotics Division, it gives us a couple task force, and one of them that jumps at me is the Major Crimes Task Force. Is that the same thing as the Major Crimes Division?
No, it isn't, Councilman. That is the cold case contingent that is assigned underneath or within the Major Crimes Division, but they are actually stationed in Rocky Hill at the Chief State's Attorney's Office.
And so how does that tie in? Because for the Vice, Intelligence, and Narcotic Division, we have 3.6. On the Major Crimes Division, we have 2.9. Mm-hmm. Do they share revenues there? Not revenues, but do they share budget or expenses? And how does it break down?
Yes, they share. Their duties are included in that $3 million there. So, how do their duties break down? Could you be more specific?
Because they're mentioned. The Major Crimes Division is mentioned as a division of the police department, but then it's mentioned again on another division under the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division as a task force. So I'm trying to understand the difference between the task force and the division, if it's already a division of major crimes.
The cold case unit should be assigned under the Major Crimes Unit. This is the Major Crimes Task Force. And I choose my words carefully here, Councilman, because they have a few open and active investigations. For instance, they were the ones responsible for the last big grand jury involving that's now closed, so I can mention that. So that's part of their duties.
Okay.
So just on this, so would this be more appropriately characterized under program services for the Major Crimes Division?
It should be, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just have a couple more questions, but I mean, I'm still trying to understand how. I really just want to know what the difference between these two. I mean, they have the same title. It seems like the same department. One carries 3.6 and the other department carries 2.9, yet they're mentioned two different places, but just it seems like a different, one is a task force and the other one's an actual division. So I'm trying to understand why wouldn't the Major Crimes Task Force fall under the Major Crimes Division rather than falling under the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division?
Sure. They should be moved.
Councilman, first of all, the Major Crimes Task Force that you have noted is one of many different task forces within the Vice and Narcotics Intelligence area, VIN.
Right.
That is improperly placed there in this budget book by clerical error. That Major Crimes Task Force belongs in the Major Crimes Division. The dollars associated to those people who are assigned to that task force, their salaries come out of the Major Crimes Division, and they're part of that budget line item for major crimes.
So, 44 positions under the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division, right? 35 positions out of the Major Crimes Division. Are we saying that the Major Crimes Task Force, their positions are counted under the 35 or the 44?
They're under the 35, sir, under the Major Crimes Division.
So is there so none of their salaries come out of the 3.6 from the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division?
That is correct, sir. Those people are assigned to and belong to the Major Crimes Division.
Is there a reason why they fall under the Vice and Intelligence?
It was a
No,
clerical
he said
error.
they screwed up. It's a
okay.
mistake.
Can I challenge that? Can I challenge that just a second?
Sure, Councilman.
No, and I mean this seriously. If we look at the last year's budget book, if this is a typographical error, and I now have, because when I come to these meetings, I bring budget book from the previous year, and I'm looking at the budget book for the previous year. Sorry about that. I apologize. Under the Vice Intelligence and Narcotics Division is the Major Crimes Task Force. In the same place last year as it is this year. So when I hear typographical error, I'm thinking, because I make them all the time, I type all the time. Send messages back and forth, tell the commissioner they've got the wrong date, X, Y, or Z. I sent one of those letters out today. How can it be a typographical error if that's where you keep putting it in the budget every year?
They were there last year when they ran that special grand jury. We should have transferred them this year over to the other side, because technically they work for the Major Crimes Division, the cold case unit.
So if I look back and next to the budget book before that, the Major Task Force will not be in that budget heading.
The one prior,
Yes.
they probably will be, yes. Next year they won't be.
Correct. I didn't mean to interrupt, Councilman.
Councilman Cruz.
Thank you. My other question is, I know that we had Councilman Kennedy ask some questions in regards to the total active officers. Out of these officers, how many of these officers are in actual cars and in the streets?
Actual cars. Excuse me for 1 second. Councilman, we had that document this afternoon. I'm just having a hard time putting my finger on it. Because we broke it down by the actual cars, we broke it down by detectives, we broke it down. The calculations are roughly 233 officers in uniform in the cars.
I just have one more question, if I may. On page 23-12, under the teleserve, I see 15 positions there. How many people do you have on any given day to cover the front desk? And could I get a workflow of this division?
15 positions are a 24-hour period, and they stagger different shifts. We're under mandate to have at least 2 able-bodied people there at all times.
How many?
2. But we do have to make our less than able-bodied people, our non-compensatory injuries or our compensatory injury people someplace to be when they come back. So that's an area we staff with those officers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman DeJesus.
Through the chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
My questions are pertaining to the divisions within the Hartford Police Headquarters. There's an increase to the teleserve budget and also to the police headquarters and to the major crimes division. More importantly, I want to focus on the teleserve division. There's an increase of $322,000. What's the reason behind the increase?
Chief, you happen to know the answer? I can get you that. I imagine it's all over personnel, but I can get you that in the 24-hour period.
I also see a decrease, 60% of the overtime for that department. How did we get to that number, to that decrease of 60%?
We intended to cut that overtime with additional staffing from, like I told Councilman Cruz, our sick, our injured, or our compensatory.
All right. Second question is the police headquarters has an increase of $167,162. You know the reason for that increase?
Police headquarters, that unit is a supervisory unit for, and is also a major consumer of our overtime with lieutenants and sergeants backfilling for supervision.
That amounts to one body, or how many bodies you said 167 amounts to?
We're actually desperately short of lieutenants, so that accounts for quite a bit of overtime coming out of there too.
So the 167 is all overtime?
Is that where it is, Councilman?
No. That's salary. Regular payroll.
Salaries? We intend to staff it as soon as we get some names from HR to promote.
Okay, so this is for staff.
Yes.
Taking that into consideration, that's why that department is receiving a 50% decrease on the overtime budget.
From what numbers to what numbers, Councilman?
I'm still in the police headquarters.
Yeah.
With the assumption that you're going to hire these officers, you're going to decrease the overtime budget in that department by 50%?
We're hoping to promote and decrease it by 50%. Yes.
Okay. So it's not linked to the 167.
No.
The other question is detention. So the detention and I guess in the last union contract, we were able to get language in there that possibly can make that department into a non-sworn personnel division. Where are we with this situation?
Councilman, frankly, with decreasing budgets, there's really no room for me to increase my civilianization of detention or to continue it with auxiliary services or with the property room, because that would increase my budget. We did explore that during the fiscal year. We went through internal candidates for transfers. None were really interested in the job. Then we went to HR for outside candidates, and that's pretty much where we're stuck. So it actually got stuck.
How far have we gone through the HR process? That you're stuck?
We've expended all the names they gave us.
Okay, so you guys put out a request for people to apply for the position?
Yes. And I'm happy that we didn't fill it, only because I'm not sure if we can maintain it into this next fiscal year.
All right. Can go ahead. No, go ahead. No, yeah.
So I want to focus on this. Civilianizing will increase your expenditures, because otherwise you would use an existing uniform officer to perform that function, and so bringing in a civilian would be a new FTE that's currently not on the staff. Or is that what you're saying?
Yes, it would increase my FTEs and my budget.
Okay. So is it, from a planning perspective, are you generally committed to, right, for people who are interested in having more officers, you know, on patrol and other functions? And I know you and I, we've talked in the past about civilianization, and you've been generally in agreement with that for certain functions. Subject to having the budget provided, would you still be committed to doing that?
Oh, yes, because that would actually free up qualified police officers to be outside of the police department rather than inside, especially with detention.
Okay, thank you. Councilman DeSos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the same question goes for, if I'm not mistaken, the area we also had some agreements were for property control, to civilianize that. Again, where's that process?
That position was returned for my budget reductions as one of the vacant positions.
Okay, and that's you're talking about. You're referring to the decrease of 51,459.29. Is that what you're referring to? The
yes.
Decrease. Okay. That department is also one of the departments that we had, I guess, to my understanding, an agreement to civilianize that department. Have we gone to the extent that we went through detention with this department to bid out or ask for requests for employees for this?
No, detention has never made it to that stage yet. But let's take the property room that you're referring to right now, or on point with. That position, with several were interviewed. That one in particular is a non-union position. We weren't able to generate any names of interest that would want to be there. So we're back at HR asking for names, but realistically, we gave that back.
All right. When are these requests happening? And give me a timeline. Can you provide me with a timeline as to when these requests are going into HR? When were these positions posted? And in the conversations, the ongoing conversations on these issues. That'll be.
Councilman, I do have a civilianization timeline that was constructed. If it would be easier, I could probably send it to you. It also addresses the admin clerk's positions and detention. And we're stalled on fingerprint and teleserve. So I can actually forward you that. It's a prepared document if you'd like.
Yeah, forward it to all of us. I think we would all be interested in this.
Okay.
So my follow-up question is major crimes. It's a very interesting department. During the course of, I think this is my third budget, I've seen departments get put into major crimes. I've seen the shooting task force. I've seen the major crimes task force. I've seen, I think vice and narcotics went into major crimes. Can you explain to me how are we doing this? Are we eliminating these small groups or divisions? Or are we sharing the load with other detectives? I'm not understanding, because that's a lot of money that we've been transferring into the major crimes, and major crime seems to be getting bigger every year. Can you explain that process? And because it doesn't, the numbers don't reflect what the actual outcome could potentially be.
Certainly. The police department is in a constant state of flux. We don't rely on just what we used to do. For instance, let's take that major crimes task force and nail it down. They were in Vice Intelligence Narcotics, and you can see the consolidation between Vice Intelligence Narcotics and their shooting task force is in there. The Special Operations Group is in there, which has Project Longevity in it. Vice Intelligence and Narcotics is in there. So you can see us consolidating functions and manpower on specific purposes. That is all information that they deal with constantly. So when we move to the major crimes, after they finished that grand jury, they were transferred under the major crimes unit. So there's 3 detectives and 1 supervisor there that work all our cold cases and any additional operations.
There was also a decrease in the overtime budget. Can you explain that decrease to me? How did we get to that number?
Those decreases pretty much across the board, except for my patrol units, were a result of budget reductions.
Okay, so was there any formula or any special considerations or anything that was taken into effect to reduce that overtime budget? Is it just a number that you guys came up with? What was the process in which you guys used to lower your overtime?
We actually took a look at previous years' overtime, and sometimes it's a crystal ball, hoping that we're not going to use the money with homicides or serious assaults, and we come to some balance figure. But I had to shift some money into the patrol function where we're spending our overtime.
But there is, so this is just to be clear, it's at the overtime budget has to decrease at the discretion, at your discretion pretty much. There hasn't been no calculations done by M&B or any other department to give you a sweet spot as to overtime? Or has it just been based on your assumptions and your hope with the crystal ball to get to that number?
We deal with M&B on a weekly basis, I would say even more often during the budget season. But you saw the reductions across the board except for patrol. As a target, I was instructed to meet for my budget reductions. So they'll be difficult for us.
I think he's answered the question. That the overtime number, if I understand you, Chief, is the number that, because of the budget, you are trying to manage towards. It's not based on what last year or the year before that, what your overtime expenditures have been, or what you, in the crystal ball sense, actually believe, based on what you know today,
That's
the overtime.
Correct.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to get out of this is because we're always in the constant battle of trying to figure out when it's okay to go into the overtime budget and reduce it. We don't understand the parameters there. But I wish that there was a structure in place where we can know where we go. But if it's at the discretion of the director, I think that makes it a little bit more complicated for us to really understand what are the needs for overtime. So I think if we can, sometime in the near future, if we can come up with management and budget with a system that we can realistically project and understand what the overtime really is. Because basing it on just year to year, we're not understanding what's costing the overtime or what formula we should be using, or if it is a formula. But I just really want a better understanding as a councilman as to how the overtime increases and how could it be decreased. Because I don't think we really understand how the overtime budget fluctuates, and if it's at your discretion, I think I see that as problematic, because the next chief can come in who is not as financially savvy or or may not want to reduce. He may want to think it's okay to increase it by $3 million. And I think we have to find a balance here as to what it is. What are the real needs of the police department's overtime budget? So I think that's where I'm coming from with this. So I think this would be further dialogue.
And I'll work with Mr. Sanchez as we talk about different analysis.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
The recurring question is regarding either overtime or personnel reductions. And there's definitely an art to developing a balanced budget. It more often than not involves making very difficult decisions. But with regard to the targets that are placed in the budget, and specifically in any individual department, well, that's part of managing. And one of the things that local government managers are most challenged with is managing towards the adopted budget once we get to an adopted budget. But as our directors across the city are doing this year and will continue to do next year, they have that budget that is what they have the authority to do. And whether it's the prior question about whether it's a target or whether it's a hard number, you have a level of funding that you have, and you have to manage to it. And if you have extraordinary events, be they weather or something else, that negatively impacts your ability to manage to a budget, well, that's a special circumstance that gets addressed centrally as we manage the entire city's budget. But each department director is challenged with managing to the adopted budget that they have on an annual basis, be it their personnel turnover number or personnel reduction number, attrition, which is built into departments based off an assumption, which could or could not, depending on individual actions. So my point in making these remarks is to emphasize that as managers, from the top of the organization all the way down, we are daily faced with having to make decisions that meet the authorized funding levels with the projections that go through the end of the year.
Councilman McDonald?
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Councilman.
I have a couple questions about the Special Investigations Unit and truancy prevent reduction in particular. Could you please describe currently the truancy reduction program that you have operating?
The truancy reduction program is operated out of the Special Investigations Division, where it's been housed for quite some time. It's actually a traveler's funded grant. And if I may, I can have Deputy Chief Rendock run through the particulars of the program if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The Travelers, since 2008, has funded the police department's truancy reduction program. And it's transitioned over those years from 2008 to currently. The current year's focus was transitioned under the guidance of Chief Ravella, which focuses on elementary-age children that have habitual truancy issues in the home that have been identified through the school system. And we've developed a relationship with the Police Athletic League. Part of that involves in-home visits where they meet with a parent or guardian, identify social service needs, and make referrals. Another aspect of it is after-school programs, both in-school programs if they existed, and if a school did not have an in-school after-school program, we developed one with the PAL. We provide them transportation, provide them guidance, and we also do field sweeps. Those field sweeps would be during school days, school hours, in which we attempt to identify elementary, middle school, and high school students who are in the streets, potentially engaged in criminal activity or victims of juvenile violence. And then we reacclimate them with the school, and the school and Department of Children and Families have a process in place besides our juvenile review board. There are currently 90 students in the program. We typically have a high of about 125. Field sweeps generate about 203 students that are deemed truant, and referrals are made in that case.
Okay, so do you at all work with the school system to identify the children who are having excessive absences from school?
Correct. We work with the school fiscal year, and during the first month of school, first 30 to 45 days of the school year, we identify the schools within the Hartford Public School System that want to participate in the program. They provide us a list of names. We then take those names, do home visits with a parent guardian, and it's a volunteer program. They have to buy into it. They have to want to participate in it. In addition to that, we also look at students from previous years. We generally carry them for multiple years. This program develops from 1st to 5th grade. After 5th grade, they'll move into the PAL program. From the PAL program, they can move into the Police Explorer program. And then following the Police Explorer program, the goal is to get them to a police cadet and then a police officer. So with that 99 to 124 students, some of those are carryover from previous years because either they've just met the goals or based on their history in the program, family needs and desires, we continue them in the program.
All right, thank you. How much is the Travelers Grant currently?
For fiscal year 13-14 here is $100,000.
And how many staff are involved in the truancy reduction program?
There are currently 14 detectives and 2 sergeants from the Special Investigative Division assigned to that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a question, too, going back to community service program.
Yes, sir.
I think you mentioned before in response to a question that we have 233 in cars. I think you said that. So you know how, Chief, before you and I in the old movies, you'd have officers just walking up and down, twirling their baton, walking on a neighborhood and whistling and maybe throwing a ball with some kids. Could you say, for the officers on the beat, walking the neighborhood streets, how many at a given moment in time, let's say 11 o'clock tomorrow morning or 6 o'clock Friday night, would be in cars, and how many walking around the neighborhoods and like that?
There's 2 phases, Councilman, and if there's any confusion here, please ask a follow-up question. We have reduced the number of old-fashioned beats to fill vacancies in police cruisers to avoid overtime expenditure. We've already done that. But in the community service policing model, several communities across the board have business community service officers that address commercial areas in the city, realizing that those commercial areas rely on the residents around the business area and vice versa. They rely on the small businesses. So we've supplemented some areas with business community service officers. They actually work the times that the businesses are open and they're the busiest, and they also drift one block over as much as they can. They're either in cruisers, sometimes walking, sometimes bicycles, but they cover a wider area, longer area than the old-fashioned beat men. So we've made some adjustments, management adjustments, to reduce overtime and also try to keep that bastion of the old beat officer alive.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying again to evoke that old image in the old black and white movies that seemed to be good for community relations and as well as crime detection and friendliness, literally on their feet or nowadays on a bicycle. So I don't know about you, but I just don't see too many of those men and women that were just kind of walking around and talking with folks. So maybe we're trying to understand or go back in time somehow for what might have been valuable. Who knows? So maybe if not now, you can give us some kind of picture. If you took a cross-section, given moment, who would be on their feet? Just rapping with the neighborhood residents, and how many in a vehicle. That's all.
At any given time on a patrol shift, there could only be 1 or 2 beat officers. That's a reality of these budget days, is that they have to be moved to fill patrol cars to reduce overtime.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. Chief, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the reduction in juvenile arrests, and maybe you could give us a little more information on the reduction in the arrests and what additional things besides taking police officers out of the school led to that. And I, at the same time, like to thank Travelers for the grant for providing us with a truancy, money to track truancy and work with the students in a positive way. I hope they're not being arrested when they're truant.
We've had several conversations, Councilwoman, along with some other councilmen. First of all, we understand in police work that there is a pipeline between school and jail. And realistically, that's supported by misdemeanor arrests as you become a juvenile, followed by felony arrests, juvenile, and an erasure of your record quickly followed by the same only when you're an adult. So the first things I've took on as police chief is a memo of understanding. And it's not so much for removing police from schools. I still have the 3 school resource officers in the schools. But that memo of understanding actually dictates to both law enforcement and to the school the different processes they take before arrest, different divergencies. It's actually been hugely successful in the city of Hartford. The last numbers I saw were still 40% reduction in school-based arrests. So that message has been transferred to all law enforcement officers, and we've reduced juvenile arrests across the board. And I can supply you those numbers, but they're even down too, which just goes to show you that the officers are listening, and we're moving towards reductions in juveniles, hoping that they mature until they become good students and good citizens.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. President, a couple of other questions. Chief, I guess I'm really concerned, and you know I am as well as many other people on this council, about why the department cannot find Hartford residents to work on the department, to work as police officers. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions around that. How much money do Hartford police officers make as a base salary?
The base salary is approximately $46,000.
And with overtime, about what's the average amount that a police officer will take home a year?
I don't have the average amount of overtime. Overtime is less than private job work, if that's your next question. After that original 9 months of training and field training officer, they're eligible for private jobs and overtime as an individual officer rather than having an officer with them. So
all right, well,
I'd say,
oops, go ahead.
I know where you're going, and I'd say just a guess, conservative estimate on some of the numbers I've seen, I would say after your first year, Councilwoman, it's a job that should pay, without too much bad breaking, $75,000 to $100,000.
So $75,000 to $100,000 is not an unusual amount for a fairly new police officer to make every year, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And what are the requirements? I mean, is a college degree required?
No. HR puts out a police officer job announcement. They're put out in 3 separate categories: a new police officer, a lateral police officer in-state, and a post-certificate comparative, which is pretty much somebody that doesn't have post-certification. So it's a 3 testing process. Some of the requirements are a GED or high school education. citizens of the United States, possess a current Connecticut driver's license, just to take the test are some of the qualifications. The testing process after that is also with HR, and you're tested. Afterwards, if you pass the test, there's a oral interview with HR staff and now police officers, which also includes a drug test component to it. After the names are certified, a list comes to the police department. From there, it's a fairly long process. Your first meeting with the police department is you're handed a 17-page questionnaire with a follow-up appointment to return. That's the beginning of the backgrounds. The backgrounds of a new potential police officer are guided by post, police officer standard and training. They include a personal background, a financial background, a polygraph, a physical, psychological evaluation, and I might have missed maybe one or two in there, but there's a lot that goes into the background. And
Chief, before we go any further, the background essentially is that you're of a sound mind. You have a psychological test, so you're basically a person of a sound mind, and you haven't engaged in felonious activities, that type of thing, correct?
There's a lot more components to it, but I'll agree with that right now.
Okay. All right. So all I'm saying is that you could make $75,000 to $100,000 a year after your first 9 months, and all you have to do is to have a GED. You have to be a citizen, have a driver's license, and pass a test, and have an agility test where you have to run or do some basic agility, physical activity, and a background test, pass a background test, and a drug test. So there's essentially, so I'm saying that there are over 130,000 people in Hartford. I don't understand why we can't find people who want to make $75,000 to $100,000 a year. Why women with children would not want to do that? Because they could afford to buy their own home, live in Hartford, pay taxes here. I mean, I could see that it's not an impossibility to find Hartford residents if the recruitment were appropriate. And I'm not saying that just for you, I'm also saying that for personnel, because Hartford residents have to be recruited. How much money are we spending on pensions that Hartford residents have to pay every year based on the police department, people in the police jobs that may or may not be Hartford residents? Because people in Hartford are paying those bills until those people die, essentially, after they retire.
That's correct, Councilman. And we went on a big recruitment effort when we first learned that last fiscal year we had a test. For instance, the group that was just tested, we only were able to acquire 15 applications. Of that, 62 didn't apply. But that core group, 45% were minority or female of that 115. That was a good effort. Of that, 11+% were Hartford residents. And I'm still awaiting the results from that test. And I can go back even farther to the test even before the 2013 test, where we're making a difference in the recruiting of Hartford residents and minority and female residents. But to get to the bottom of your question, I don't know why Hartford residents don't want to be police officers. And that was the conversation we had at the subcommittee, that we have to target. It's a science these days. It's a particular targeting of people. And we learned that from the Hartford Current, who actually talked about you have to target a specific population with media, with exposure, to get them to apply. And that's why I mean it's a science these days. It's not the old-fashioned days. Exactly.
All right. And I just wanted to say that I think there's a lot of people, in fact, there's many people in Hartford who would want to make $75,000 to $100,000 a year and be police officers. And there's plenty of women with children who would have not even been recruited, didn't even know that the test took place. So I think that I just ask that because it's critical. It is absolutely critical that every single department head in this city hires Hartford residents in order to protect their own jobs. How can you come and ask for more money in any department, not just yours, and knowing that the people in this city are in double-digit unemployment and have to a high skill set to be a police officer or a dispatcher, and it's a high amount of pay and good retirement and excellent benefits, and we've got to recruit people. Let me see if I had any other questions for you.
Mr. President, if I may.
Sure, Mr. Hill.
Building on Councilwoman Jennings' question regarding EST and the Chief's response, I wanted to make sure Council is aware that, as Chief just said, technically now EST is under him, but as is included in the budget, the director for EST, we are moving forward with filling that position.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, I mean, Mr. Hill.
Chief looks happy.
I'm sorry, but what was the point? Is the point that that person's going to be a Hartford resident?
It was building on the last presentation from Mr. Bruce about EST, who is in an acting capacity as director for EST under Chief's report. And given the line of questioning just now, I wanted to make sure that it was clear that EST is currently under Chief Ravella's direct report, but we are going to be hiring for the director for EST, which is. And that director will not. It is a separate department.
Be reporting to Chief Ravella.
Okay, all right, so that this is only temporary, that they'll be reporting to the chief. And
Mr.
that's
Bruce
fine.
is in an acting position.
They'll still be working for the city of Hartford, and hopefully they'll be a Hartford resident. And I know you're hiring 2 or 3 people under you, and I hope that they would all be Hartford residents. So I think everyone needs to know that this council is serious about that. It's not just me. I just happen to be vocal on that issue because it's so important, and it's something that I really think needs to happen. But I think everyone needs to know that in order for everyone here to survive, the city of Hartford residents have to survive. If we keep raising their taxes and taking their property and putting liens against their property, we're going to have a problem. So I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm just bringing.
Chief Ravella?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So we've talked about this issue for the past week fairly extensively. Can you tell us you get it? And then I'll ask the council to move on.
I get it.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Wait, he only takes order from the mayor, though.
What's it? Well, he hasn't said it yet. I wanted to give him the opportunity to actually acknowledge what this council's been talking about a lot lately. Councilwoman.
Yes, I think I've covered everything that I had listed here for now.
Thank you.
I would like to have some of these documents, though, and I'm going to submit some formal questions about what we need, and then hopefully we can get those back with a 48-hour turnaround time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kennedy.
Thank you, through the chair. So that we know we get it and we don't beat the dead horse, I've just got a budget question for both the chief and the personnel director with respect to the civilian positions. So, I mean, some of us are finding it hard that we advertise for a civilian position and we could find no one to fill it. So if we could have all the documents related to that, why we weren't able to fill those positions with civilians in terms of records, I don't know the details, so I'd like to try to figure out what it was, and that may not be the appropriate time to waste budget time in this. But I think we've all got some interesting questions to why that didn't work out. And again, I think we do the Hartford thing. With respect to, I'd like to look at page 23-2. I'd like to look at section 23, North District. I'm noticing, and if this has already been covered, I apologize. Noticing a reduction of a little over $600,000 in that district. I also noticed in the Central District there's a reduction of over $979,000, and an increase in the South District of $1.3 million plus. Can that be explained as to why?
Also included in The 600,000 was taken out by M&B from that district arbitrarily. As an
M&B will have to come
additional-
back here and answer questions then.
as an additional payroll deduction that I expect to meet with attrition. Or I expect to meet it by not filling positions or delaying hiring positions.
Central District, 900,000, 979, 435.
Sir, the positions for salaries, the dollars increases or decreases are a factor of two things. One is a point of time in December when we started the budget process and took the actual people assigned to those locations at that time. The second thing is the projected salary increase that is CBA generated, that it goes into effect July 1st. So that's where increases occur primarily.
Okay, so just so I understand this correctly, through the chair, the reason there's a $1,365,595,000 increase in the South District is because of CBA contractual agreements.
Not 100%, sir.
Okay.
The positions, the people who were actually assigned there at a point in time when we took a list of all the people assigned there, equated to so many different people in that division. This was also recently after we combined the four districts into three. That was last year. I understand that. It was done last year, but there are still people who get assigned there and moved in and out. As Chief said, this is a constantly changing landscape of where people are actually assigned.
If I may follow up there, but I'm looking at last year's budget, which is why I asked the question. Last year's budget, every single district was over $5 million. They were within, North and Central almost had the exact same numbers. South had a little bit more, but it was 5 and 5. I'm wondering why all three districts are relatively close in funding last fiscal year. In this fiscal year coming, we have significant reductions in two districts with a substantial increase in the other.
I'll get you an answer, Councilman, unless Mr. Sanchez wants to take a shot.
Last year, the three districts had headcount of between 80 and 86. So all three districts had approximately the same number of positions. This year, that's been changed a little bit. The South District now has 92. The Central District 54, and the North District 73. So there's been some movement around in headcounts within those three districts.
Why?
I was going there.
With your staffing levels, I'll tell you where all the police officers are. I don't think that's actually accurate, what Mr. Sanchez actually said. The North District is heavily staffed, along with the South District. The Central District is probably the least staffed, only because it's the smallest and they have the less calls for service. So I can get you that and explain where everybody is and break that down for you.
If that's in fact the case, then we need a breakdown of individual officers by position by district, and then these budget numbers need to be amended and changed. If that's in fact what the chief is saying is correct, that this is not the way the breakdown is. The numbers you broke down were basically there have been approximately 14 or 15 positions removed from the North District. Is that correct? But the chief's saying that's not accurate.
Although those numbers appear to be consistent with the budget reflection, because the greatest driver of the costs are FTEs, right? So either we've got.
And if that's the case, I don't understand it, but then that makes sense. If there's been staffing reductions in the districts, then the explanation to us then needs to be why the staffing reductions. What's that based on? Is that based on stats and statistics that were given to us earlier, and the personnel has been moved around for those purposes? or are there other reasons like attrition and the like? And if it's attrition because more people have left out of the North District than some other districts, but we added numbers only to the South District, then I mean those are explanations we need to know. Is that fair?
Yes, that's actually fair. And I can show you that. Other than the $600,000 reduction, which is 10 positions for us out of the North District, that was arbitrary in nature by M&B. So other than that, I can break down exactly what the staff is.
Another question, item 33, special events. There's a reduction there just short, it looks like, of $100,000 in the special events account. I mean, I know we're cutting budgets. We're adding some here, we're taking some there, but special events, particularly with the overtime questions that we got, from all members of this council, I'm finding it hard to believe that we reduced special event account, knowing that we exhaust it every single year and we never put enough money in that account. So, anybody tell me why we knocked $100,000 out of that?
That's part of the budget reduction for this fiscal year, along with I'm hoping the Councilman De Jesus' task force actually make some headway in regards to recouping fees or charging appropriately.
I mean, I guess I get that. My question is, when we know that account, we know we exhausted it this year, and there's transfer within departments, why would we exhaust it? Why would we reduce it again in this upcoming fiscal year to like almost draw a number out of thin air, and we know that number is not going to be realistic through the course of the budget year?
I only have so many budget dollars and overtime to work with. I would much prefer to use those budget dollars for crime fighting, and I'm hoping for the reduction and the alteration in the special events.
Okay, but follow up through that if I may. And I get that. So that number is not necessarily the accurate number. It's just a budget number resulting in a smaller department budget.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the handout you gave us with respect to the officers. And I noticed you said 233 officers are actually on patrols and cars. So I'm assuming you got that number, correct me if I'm wrong, from patrol, your CRD, CSOs, and is it your investigation bureau? Is that where those officers' numbers came from?
Actually, patrol.
Yep.
CSOs, 48. Patrol is 175. CSOs are 48 officers.
Yep.
And 19 in traffic.
So the 19 that are assigned to headquarters, those are not assigned to headquarters?
Traffic is under headquarters, so there's 10 in traffic. You're referring to the...
I'm referring to the handout you gave us. I'm looking at which is, I mean, you're actually maybe saving me a question because I was looking at the headquarters. You had 19 officers in headquarters. Are those officers really not in headquarters? They're really in traffic? It says 19, but he said 10.
10 are in traffic.
And where are the other 9?
The rest are in headquarters.
Okay, so the more accurate description would be 10 in traffic and 9 in headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's 174, 48, and 9 from traffic. That's the number of officers in actual cars?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and the 5 canines on top of that, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
And 5 canine officers on top of that.
5, I didn't hear you, Chief.
Canine officers. There's 5 of those officers out there, too.
Now, as I was reading that, it said the canine was included in the number of the numbers and the officers. Is that incorrect?
They're included in the percentage.
Okay, they're included in the percentage, but not in the officer number?
Correct.
That's fair. I guess my next question gets to be then, and my numbers may be off a little bit, so we could be looking at 240 now. I think that may be about right, about 200, okay, 237. Yeah, Councilman Aponte is much better at math than I am. If we have 450 sworn officers, I have a concern, or maybe you can tell me whether this is misplaced or not, or whether this is inaccurate, that we're only putting approximately slightly over 50% of our sworn personnel in cop cars. You know, that's, but we have, but it says we have 450 officers in our budget.
Well, today we have...
Is that incorrect to look at it that way?
Ballpark figures, we have 440 officers, and I agree with your 50% are in uniform, in patrol cars as officers. That doesn't include when we start adding sergeants, lieutenants in uniform, and a captain.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but sergeants and lieutenants are definitely management. Is that correct?
I would hope so, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure. And the detectives, we can, I mean, detectives are in that quasi-world of both being managers and, cops. They're, as I understand the role, detectives report to folks, but they're often doing their own casework as they've been assigned work. Is that fairly accurate or no?
Yes.
Okay. So in the terms of the people who are responding to the citizen calls we get, which is where I'm trying to go with this, it's about 50% of our sworn cops. Is that fair to say?
I think that number is more than 50%, but if you want to run with that number for a little while.
If I'm off, if it's 50, whatever the percent is. But what I'm trying to figure out is, when we go back to the civilian thing, when we couldn't find folks, wouldn't it make more sense in terms of just overall cost of budget and just operationally to have, particularly in the administrative functions of the office, to try to have those officers that are there at headquarters out in the field?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, as a general rule, civilian costs are cheaper, both from salary standpoint, overtime, training, and from a pension perspective, are cheaper than cops themselves?
Yes.
So that's why I found it odd when you were answering the question earlier about if I added civilians to my, that makes my budget increase. To me, I'm thinking not necessarily, because civilian costs are cheaper than officer cost. Correct?
Civilian costs are cheaper than officer costs, yes.
So if we could find functions that clearly can be done, they can be done by officers as well, but could be done by civilians, that saves us cost on one end and longer costs with respect to pension, but it also puts more officers in the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What do we need to do as a council to help you get to that point? Because, I think when we look at these numbers, and I think you're providing this because this was not provided last year, this breakdown of personnel. But when we're looking at that, and the number of managers, it seems to us here, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but I've got two people I've been talking to, maybe not the rest, that number seemed a little high in terms of the management of the department versus the officers in the street.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
59 sergeants, 11 lieutenants, 3 captains, 3 deputies, 1 AC, 1 chief. That's not high at all. But to get to your original question about what can you do, it's definitely an increase in our budget, no matter how you frame the civilianization effort. It's an increase in our budget. With the positions I gave up 2 in auxiliary services, which would have freed up an officer. I gave up 1 in the property room, which were vacant, which would have freed up 1 officer. From there, I gave up 7 cadets, and I've been in front of the subcommittee public safety when we increased the age limit for a cadet, and we talked about a minority hiring endeavor. But I have to give those back because to avoid layoffs, I have to get rid of the vacant positions first. But no matter how you frame it, Councilman, my cost does go up with civilianization in my budget.
I'm not going to argue the point. I'm just thinking we're leaving out a large class of the detectives, the kind of the quasi. I mean, is there any possibility of having detectives be more in tune to response and patrol, or is that just not a possibility?
On one respect, they are when they're out there. On the other respect, it is a contract violation if I start assigning them calls. But they do respond to calls as they go. There's 84 detectives, and I expect some considerable attrition in that area also.
So perhaps this is a good moment to talk about, we've asked on several occasions, including last year this time, about a staffing model, right? And the question is, what is the optimum staffing model for the city? How many officers do you project in an ideal force situation? And if we get that information, at least that'll give us some framework to start planning towards. And I know I believe you've made some progress in that regard. Or you're
we actually have, Council President, in that regard. As you know, the city police department has hired a consultant, and we fed him a considerable amount of information in regards to the different policing models we have in place now, our staffing levels at present, our calls for service, and other information. He's eager to get in front of you all and get your ideas. He's already sat with me, but he's keen not to ask me, nor he will ask you about a number. His number is going to be developed based on data and based on exposure or his experience with numerous other police departments around the country. So
okay.
Hopefully that's forthcoming.
So, okay. I really do hope it is, Chief, because this will be the second budget in which we don't have that information, which is pretty critical to us being as helpful as possible to give you the resources from a staffing perspective. And so I keep feeling like we're operating in the blind in terms of those numbers. Now, with that said, I understand based on the budget book said that a police class would not be forthcoming based on additional funding from the state. That will be. So how many officers exactly do you expect to be in that class?
From the release I saw today, the reinstatement of a class of 30.
Okay. And when would you expect that class to begin and to be online for the force?
From date of hire, at least 9 months. So the upfit, for lack of better words, could take us up to 3 months. It all depends on when HR gives us those names. And I don't have the number for you, but there's several hundred names waiting in HR.
Okay. And then I'd like to ask you about, and I'm on pages 23-2 and 23-3. I see a planning and accreditation program, and this is a separate line, line 2, on page 23-2, and it appears to be a new line item. And is it in fact a new line item, or where was this function or the equivalent performed in the past?
This component was loosely done in professional standards, and that's how it was crafted. I took it out of there, made them a direct report to myself. It has a lieutenant and 2 supervisors. They generate all the white papers that you've seen that talk about the analysis of the police department. They work closely with Mr. Boley. They talk about the attrition, and they're starting the accreditation process.
Okay, and I don't see professional standards in here. Perhaps I'm missing it in the budget book.
It's actually in one of the deputy chiefs. Deputy Chief Rendock has professional standards.
Oh, okay. Then I'd like to ask you about at the top of page 23-3, it refers to the FTEs. I was just trying to reconcile the number reflected for fiscal year 13-14 appears to be 468.5 FTEs, and projected for this year at 472. And those numbers are different from the table on page 23-11. And so 23-11 is general fund and grant police sworn staff. So are these just the officers?
23-11 is a graph that shows the attrition of sworn officers only. So this is the projected 2 per month, 24 officers leaving throughout the fiscal year, or throughout the period of time on that chart, which is what traditionally, historically, has been the case here in the department.
Okay, and
so that's how we get to the 411 at the end of June on that.
Right, but at
419, excuse me.
At
the 419.
April 1, 2014, you're at 449.
That was the projected number, correct. In reality, because of attrition from classes and other things that have gone on, that number is actually significantly lower. We're at 440 as of May 1st instead of 447.
Okay.
These are projected numbers back from December, January timeframe when we started the budget process.
Okay. Thank you. I think I see a flaw in our process, that we get the budget not before April 15th, but it seems like a lot of what you're communicating is based on when you started the budget process, and so that's
snapshot in time, sir. I'm sorry.
Right, but the time that we want the snapshot is when we get a budget book that says April 21.
Yes, sir.
I want a snapshot reasonably close to April of 2014.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, I do. Chief, we've talked about the financial services unit and the human resources unit, and a desire to try to consolidate some of those functions with our city finance department and our city HR department. And so I'd like to, I guess, talk about it again and understand, I see it here, and I know Councilman Kennedy touched upon it a bit, but understand what your current thinking is on the ability to do that.
Well, Council President, I was disappointed when that passed. The HR function at the police department, and we can go on, and I did at the subcommittee, is two people that keep track of all our human resource in the department, and they have quite a few duties, and it went on and on, as I explained. The financial people actually gives me pause to say that that could disrupt the good financial working order of the police department. Even the 6 people in there are all overworked, even to the point where I have to put in a light-duty officer on a compensatory injuries to supplement their efforts. Singing the praises of Mr. Bowley next to me, that I'm sure his head won't blow up too big, is that other than my assistant chief, he's my right-hand man. Every morning he's in my office talking about where we can spend, how we can spend, talking about grants, where we're going to go with grants. He's pitched in with ES&T quite a bit. He's worth his weight in gold to me. And I really have pause because I really think that it's going to disrupt the good financial working order of the police department. From there, I don't know where we're going to go. I'm not sure what the goal is, the achievement of doing this. So, with that said, I'm not.
Yeah. I guess the goal, which certainly I've tried to articulate, relates to, and perhaps there are several goals, right? But I'm focused certainly for this process on rationalizing the organization, and as it relates to the police office, police department, when, quite frankly, I was disappointed to see, our expectation as a council last year was actually to preserve the police class, and we focused on non-policing functions. And so I was disappointed to see that that was something that your department chose not to proceed with, and that it wasn't in the budget this year. So it's great that we have state funding to include that. But so the idea is that, given our budget difficulties, moving as much in terms of policing resources into policing, and where we can use officers to put them on patrols rather than some of the functions that can be civilianized, which we've discussed tonight. And in this area, perhaps having some efficiencies from consolidating with our existing departments. I certainly understand that you have unique needs and expertise with respect to staff, and there are other city departments where, as I understand our human resources department, there are individuals assigned, and they essentially develop expertise with respect to those departments. And so we're not talking about losing the specialized focus, but we are trying to explore ways to be more efficient, to give you more resources to do direct policing.
Yes, sir. I got it.
Okay. Last question. With respect to technology, and I know this is noted as one of your goals up front, and we've talked about deploying technology as a means to enhance your policing activities. Can you talk to us about where you are in that process?
There's quite a few efforts inside the police department to enhance technologies. First of all, our inventory system of our assets is progressing at a very nice pace. I know you're very interested in the replacement of the time card aspect of the police department, and I'm also going to submit to you tomorrow a timeline of events going back almost 10 years when it relates to the time card or the time aspect of police work. And we've actually went through RFPs, and last year I sat in front of you and I gave you a guesstimate on when we think we start to get through it, and I projected into February and March, I believe. And we're right on track for that. We have a company identified that has gone through the RFP process, and now we're just waiting for the funding to be identified. We speak often, you and I and Mr. Anderson, about the camera project. And I'm a bit disappointed to tell you, I learned today that the Israeli company we're looking at actually went someplace else, and that was as a result of the transmission lines with Northeast Utilities. And that's disappointing because that was going to be a nice area for that test project. But as we look at the camera projects and the safety of the city and technology, we look at two sides. We look at the private side, which I also thank all the council members for last week, to keep allowing Mutual Link to be in the police department, because that connects us with Sonatrol and talks about the safety of our schools. It connects us with the convention center, the state capitol, St. Francis Hospital, and some other private companies that want to share their camera systems with us. And we're slowly moving down the way with our public camera endeavor as we examine the grants in ES&T. So technology is really starting to chug along in the police department, but we have to do it on a very conservative basis because we are policemen. We consult with MHIS, who are the experts here all the time. We realize our police limitations, and that's something the planning and accreditation and Mr. Bowley has been going through. So we're moving along with technology.
Thank you. Councilman De Jesus.
Evening again. So I've been doing a little calculation as the conversation has happened. I got a few questions. So we talked about the decrease in the North District, decrease in the Police Central District, and a decrease in the Traffic Division. I'm thinking those are frontline officers. Just want to clear up one item. Auxiliary department, are those police officers?
Auxiliary services are the private jobs in the police department. They were a target of the civilianization process to remove 2 officers out of there that were abandoned. That's a sergeant and 2 officers right now because of the bulk of the work. That is also, they also do our daily roles and the staffing for our daily roles.
All right. So as I mentioned, there's a decrease on North District, Central District, and traffic. It amounts to about $1.4 million decrease on those areas. Then we go into the other side of the budget. We go into major crimes, vice and narcotics, crime scene, crime analysis, headquarters, accreditation, and auxiliary. All these departments get increases that amount to $1.6 million. My question is, I want to better understand the distribution of manpower. The numbers, and these are payroll numbers, the numbers are telling me, when I run those numbers, it's telling me that there will be more officers in headquarters than that there'll be in the patrol units, based on the numbers. If I'm following the numbers right, and the numbers I'm using is for major crimes, vice and narcotics, crime scene, crime analysis, headquarters, and accreditation and auxiliary. They're all getting increases, although the patrol units are getting decreases. It's concerning to me because if I'm following the money is leading me to more officers inside of headquarters. I would like to have a more in-depth analysis into this, and this is just an analysis that I just did briefly. But that for me is a flag to say that we may need to see how we want to distribute, and that's your task. That is your task, to distribute your manpower. My concern is, while patrol units are getting a 1.4 decrease, divisions inside the headquarters are getting a $1.6 million increase. I think we have to look at this because I think
Like I said, Councilman, we'll actually supply you where everybody is so you have a very good idea about the staffing levels. The north and the south are very heavy with manpower. The central's the least. But I'll supply all that for you.
Right. And I think that's important, through Chair, President, actually, I'm sorry, is that although the manpower, that manpower distribution I think is important, but I think the overall more important question is the allocation of resources, right, for the $1.6 million increase for headquarter departments. That's really what I want to understand. Why are we significantly increasing departments inside of the headquarters while we're decreasing on the other side? So it's not, I don't think it's a manpower question. I think that is one of the questions I think that was brought up. My question is a distribution of resources. That's really where I'm at, understanding where we're putting our funds.
I'll lay that all out for you, where these people are.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you. Chief, we have, I looked in the budget, maybe I missed it, but where do we put cruisers in the budget?
The cruisers are, vehicles are all capital expenditures.
All right, and how often do we purchase new cruisers?
Every year.
Every year?
Hopefully.
Okay, and how many do we purchase every year?
It depends on what the capital budget is for the police department. We submit our requests, and it's ultimately decided on by M&B.
So what is it, about 200, 300?
No, not at all. For instance, I believe we're in the 50s range for replacement cruisers. Yes.
About 50 cruisers a year? All right, so then you stagger them.
We try to stagger them. They go out of service for any amount of needs, either attrition through mileage use or crash data or things like that. I actually think I have the request here.
All right. And the last question on the police class, will recruitment be conducted for your upcoming class of 30, or are you taking people from an already existing list?
The answer to both those questions is yes. We do have to go through the existing lists, and we are still recruiting. Ms. Kenton has been out to several different, both college fairs and professional fairs, recruiting. The next test is not until September, but we have been recruiting.
Thank you.
Councilman Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Chief, just as some wrap-up, you talked about technology, but one of the things, I have two questions. One of the things that you didn't speak upon is something that we've been asking, the council's been asking my colleagues for the automated overtime system. We had discussion about that. Well, that's number one. And number two, it is about to be summer. Hopefully it's around the corner. This weather's kind of crazy, but one of the things that we always look at when we go out to community meetings, NRZs, and so forth, is some of the summer problems. How are you looking at to address some of those oncurring summer problems, i.e. graffiti, i.e. motorbikes? We had a whole discussion on motorbikes, looking at quality of life issues that are coming up for this particular summer. I know you don't want to give away all your investigative techniques.
Let's let him answer, because we're going to wrap this up.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me address your first question, Councilman. The automated system, I refer to it as the time card, and I'll submit you a timeline of exactly 10 years ago when it started to this point where we are today. I refer to it as a time card, so I've explained it already. We are looking for funding for the preferred bidder that also is connected to the Munis system. So that is coming. Just about, maybe I'm a month or two off my timeline, but it is coming. Your summertime plan will be out soon. It's going to be written by Deputy Chief Ford, and it'll be heavy on quality of life code enforcement, and it'll be on the other side directed at violent crime. So it'll come out soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. And before you go, can you just introduce your team, like in what they do? I just think it would be helpful for us to.
Well, you already met Deputy Chief Rendock, who's in charge of professional services. Sitting to his right is Lieutenant Medford from the Traffic Division. He could also explain special events if you had any other questions. Not that the bus could hit him. Behind me is Deputy Chief Long. Sergeant Bowsett was right. Empty chair had to leave for a commitment. And Sergeant Ray to his right is actually, Sergeant Bowsett and Sergeant Ray are in the planning and accreditation. They generate all those drill down statistics that we've been producing.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. In 2 minutes, we will take up fire.
This is increasing. Restroom.
So, but not to that level, no. A lot of people. No, actually, I was running something. Oh, units, yeah, no, that wasn't easy. I used multiple different sizes. Yeah, of course. You have to. The perception is that all of us up there are done. No, that's they say you don't want to. But now I know that after 30 years, you got to go. That's the difference. That's what you know. Play things to better. Although we haven't been asking for that, we look at Boston. So that's why I'm saying that, yeah, I know I'm over there, but we should be.
Budget here.
Friday, we get, there's a press conference.
We just gonna add another number. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll do both.
Okay. Okay. I'll let you know.
Hey, Chief.
Short? Oh, we got this. I like the way he thinks.
Good evening. Next, we will move on to a presentation by our fire department. We have Chief Huertas and his team. That was excellent, Chief. Any questions?
Good evening. Oh, can he hear me?
Good evening.
Good evening. If I may, I will just be going right by the actual the PowerPoint that we presented. And let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it. Okay, on the first slide, it depicts our organizational chart. And I want to take this opportunity to explain in detail some of the positions there. And if you look right under me, there's 2 assistant chiefs and I'm also the emergency management director, and the other assistant chiefs will be also deputy directors of emergency management. And it just gives you an idea of our organizational chart within the department. If I may, we can go to the next slide unless there's any questions. Good? Okay. And here's the detailed organizational chart of the Emergency Services Division. And if you notice, there's a shift commander, and under the shift commander is a deputy chief, and it's broken down on what's the unit responsibility of those shift commanders, and also how we're broken up into 4 shifts. And if you look to the right column, the extreme right, it depicts the total personnel. We have 8 deputy chiefs, 17 captains, 51 lieutenants, 76 drivers, and at the very bottom, the aggregate total of 216 firefighters. Next slide, please. And right here, this depicts our strategic initiatives. And at the very top of the list is the technical rescue capabilities. One of the things that I think is very, very important for the city is that we have a heavy rescue unit. And in that heavy rescue unit, I want to make sure that all the personnel assigned to it have the capabilities to service not only the city, but the greater region as far as special technical aspects of rescue, which is our high angle, trench rescue, and that's requiring extensive commitment through this department to make that a reality. And my vision of that particular field and those individuals is that we may not have a frequency of a trench rescue or high angle, but you get one incident, and if the personnel are not trained to the right level, the liability to the city could be in the millions. So I'd rather invest it in training and getting those personnel trained so that if that event ever happens, we're ready to meet the challenge. Also, one of the other initiatives is the promotional testing and attrition management, enhancement of communication with Hartford residents and the business community. And just to give you an example of that, we've worked on a fire department app, and it's almost on its completion, where any citizen can download the app on their cell phone, and they could see the amount of responses we have within the city. If there's a section of a street blocked off, it'll give a real-time data. And we're also, in collaboration with the police, we're also making the opportunity then for join us in our app to save a little money instead of having 2 separate apps. And that's also in conjunction with the mayor's Smart City initiative to eliminate silos. Another important element is the utilization of capital improvement funding to upgrade and renovate buildings. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the Smart City Initiative compliance. And finally, as part of our major strategic initiative, we like to align with the mayor's 2014 4 pillars of priority, which are safety, job and economic development, education, and quality of life. And the next slide, please. Okay, on this particular slide, it gives you a quick rundown of a breakdown of our numbers. We are presently 385 members. 37% of those are bona fide Hartford residents. As of right now, as of year to date, we have, at this particular date right today, we have responded to 19,045 incidents. And very below that, it says we responded to 13,436 EMS calls year to date. And also, in conjunction with that, is 68 building fires. And with all those calls, our response time average is it's 4 minutes at 90%. The national average is around 6, so we're really proud about that fact, and we like to maintain that. Next slide, please. Okay, this here's the requested budget. This is the budget I requested. It's $33,421,571, and if you see a large percentage of that is in the green, which depicts payroll, and the blue represents the overtime costs, which is $1,603,000, and the red little section there that signifies non-personals. If I may, next slide. And this is just a breakdown of the requested budget by divisions. What I did is I went to each division head, and I looked at what they would need to run their specific divisions. And we really dug down into data, and this is what the basic numbers that were given out. $28,599,000 for emergency services, approximately $1,129,000 for administration, $1,054,000 for fire prevention, $646,555 for training, $489,601 for special services, and for fire alarm and communications, it's $496,000. And for equipment maintenance, about $834,000, and for building maintenance, about $170,000. Next slide, please. And this is a fiscal year comparison. As you notice, in fiscal year 11-12 and 12-13, there was a significant rise in expenditures, approximately over $35 million. And last year, we had a significant drop. It was approximately around 31-ish, 32. And this year, there's a little bit of an increase, but I can justify those increases. One, there's a 3% COLA adjustments, and those are growth increments in people's pay, and that's contractual. And the other one is the SAFER grant assumption, effective, what is it, October 1st. We're going to have to start taking some of that cost involved with the SAFER grant. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the requested overtime, and I broke it down into where this is very, very apropos, and it really gives you an idea of where we're generating our overtime. The very lower box represents special events, and I know we're working with Councilman De Jesus on a task force to address those issues with the special events. I'm very concerned because at a lot of our special events, there's no cost back as far as going into the general fund. It strictly comes from the city coffers to pay that amount. And it's a concern, and that's part of the task force, and we're addressing it. The $100,000 for public ed, I will tell you that I'm very, very big on pub ed. I think it's extremely important for the community. I like to say, to have the vision that, to be proactive, that's what pub ed is all about. So we really got, we see the cost there involved. And then, of course, we have the mandated training, which is, those are training areas that are mandated by the state. And then we have $100,000, which is an estimated cost for fire prevention. And, of course, the $826 is to maintain required staffing levels.
Chief? Mm-hmm. So on public education, would that be overtime that's reflected in the fire prevention division, or is it more than that? Does it touch upon other divisions as well?
That's strictly special services division.
Or special services?
Yes. Sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. And again, here's another breakdown. We're digging deep into the data, and it's an overtime considerations, and it's a reflection of where some of our overtime considerations are. If you notice, there's a 30% in personal time, and that's a challenge for me because we're working on, and it's mandated that some of the firefighters have accumulated a lot of vacation time, and we're trying to wean them down. So there's going to be a cost involved with that, trying to get those numbers down. And there's a two-tier system involved right now, but as that number goes down, I could see in the future not having this type of issue because once we go to this two-tier of eliminating their overflow of a vacation, if they don't use it, it's gone. That's the understanding. And then there's the 22% for sickness, and another 8% for injury, and you see the 5% through attrition. And the weather right there, that depicts from the storms that we get, during the winter and hurricanes. Those things of that nature, and that's where that overtime consideration comes in. And the holdover, I like to explain that a little bit. When we get a fire early in the morning, say it's around 8 o'clock, and the firefighters are working at that fire, they just can't leave that fire. You just can't leave a fire and let the other shift come in. They have to, execute and do their mission. And once it's accomplished, then the other shift comes aboard. So that's another significant amount of holdover. And there's the 5% investigation. And if I may, I'll let Chief Martin from the Fire Marshal explain a little bit about what that entails. Chief Martin?
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Council. The 5% for the investigations, they include any fire investigations, origin and causes of building fires, car fires, any other fires within a structure that suppression personnel need us to come out and investigate immediately. Also, some of these other investigations include call-outs for issues, life safety issues, fire alarm systems that went down due to damage or water damage or whatever, or overcrowding situations at some of the public assemblies we have in the city. We've been called out on them. So those are primarily what those investigations are for, which right now, as of this date, I believe I told the chief we're up around $50,000 total for the entire division for all our investigations that we've done. We are under a mandate right now from the chief to ensure that the calls that we do go on, we do judiciously investigate them, turn them over to the proper authority, and also make sure that we're not just going out because the fire department doesn't want to stay there and wait for another city agency, which has happened before.
If I may, I want to elaborate a little bit on what he just mentioned. What we've put in place, and it's very strategic, I think, as part of an initiative to lower overtime costs. For example, if they were to go, if the assignment went out tonight for a smoke in the building and there was a pot on the stove, that doesn't necessarily warrant the resources of the fire marshal office, because it does. In previous years, they would automatically come out and they get 3 hours. Not the case nowadays. We're holding everybody accountable, and right now there's a 2-tier system. They check with Chief Martin and then Chief Waller, and the process is if it can wait for the next day, let's wait for our business day. No more automatic. You're going to get money out there, because we're holding everybody accountable. So I want to make sure I mention that. Okay, in the next slide. And here's the mayor's recommended budget. If I may, it's $30,851,000, and that's payroll. Overtime is $903,506, and the non-personals is at $897, and the payroll reduction target is $720,000. And the mayor's recommended budget is $31,932,571. Okay, next slide. And here's the actual total recommended budget by division breakdown. That's $27 million for emergency service. I'm running the numbers concurrently and approximately. And for administration is about $1,047,727. For fire prevention, it's $869,517. For training, $631,405. For special services, it's $409,061. And for fire alarm and communications, it's $484,544. And for equipment maintenance, $820 and $336. And for building maintenance, $170.77. Okay, any questions on that? Keep going. Okay, and here's the mayor's recommended $1,489,000 cut to the payroll. The total original payroll was $32,523,621, and so we're down to $31,34. The way, in this particular slide, what's interesting is that it shows that we've recommended a job elimination of 2 positions that we're not going to fill. And so that's at a cost of $69,000, and then we have the overtime reduction of $700,000, and then the payroll reduction target of $720,000. That's through attrition. Okay, and here's the slide of the night. It's the plan to meet the mayor's payroll reduction target. It's mostly going to be done through attrition with a potential of layoffs. If you see it in the pie chart, there's a possibility of layoff of 5 FTEs, and with the elimination of 2 vacant administration positions at a total of 108,000, and the 102 from attrition, and the elimination of 6 cadets and 2 present cadets, that'll make it 113,978. Next slide, please. And here's an overtime comparison to other years. In fiscal year 11-12, it was at $2,681,163. In fiscal year 12-13, it was at $3,324,599. And in fiscal year 13-14, it was at $1,200,000. And here's the recommended budget that we're presented with at $903,560, and we're requesting, right there, requesting $1,603,560. Next slide. And this is the capital improvement plan, and if I may, I'd like to elaborate on that. If I can find my notes here. Okay, where did I do it? This one. I'm looking for. Excuse me. No, it's got to be on this one. Oh, I know, it's right the next page. Okay, this is the capital improvement plan, and in the plan, we have two projects that we're working on. One is the Engine 11, is the only firehouse that has not gone through renovation. The building is aging and showing serious signs of water and tear. The capital improvement funds have been allocated to study and plan for an appropriate renovation solution. The study and the plan will be accommodated through the capital improvements funds dedicated from fiscal year 2013 through 2014 budget, the renovation of the fire station in 11, or if more economically feasible, construction of a new facility. And the location at 150 Sisson Avenue will be a fire station that meets high performance energy standards. The building will be renovated to meet the requirements of ADA, address safety issues, and will consist of other firehouse improvements and repairs. The funding is approximately $500,000 in fiscal year 13-14, and for planning of the building, we have an additional $2 million to renovate or build a new firehouse in fiscal year 14-15. As far as the training academy, we also have a capital improvement plan for that one. And the training division needs a new roof, extensive exterior shell repair, interior finishing repair, and HVAC improvements. The concrete in the tower is spalding and exposing rebar, making the building worthy of needed repairs. The exterior fire escape is rusting through and is not safe. This is presently off limits and needs replacing from the ground up. Both projects meet with justification criteria for capital improvement projects related to at least one of the major 4 goals of the city and are consistent with the One City, One Plan initiative. And finally, the last one is the summary. We have payroll increases due to 3% COLA adjustments and payroll assumption of $964,850 for 24 safer grant positions as of October 1st, 2014. The recommended budget payroll reductions target would involve possibly the layoffs of 5 to 10 FTEs, and the cost of operations increased due to strategic initiatives that raise the level of service to the citizens and the businesses of Hartford. And that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Chief, thank you, and Deputy Chief, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple small questions here, but I'd just like to commend again the special services with the CERT program. The fact that we had about 40 individuals come out for the CPR training shows that program, we should definitely keep it funded and keep it moving. Our CERT program is growing, whereas 3 years ago our CERT program was non-existent. I'd like to thank you for that. I just want to maybe talk to a question. Chief Martin said, hey, you guys have present in our committee the improvement and the allocation of increasing fees for inspections. How are we moving forward with that as far as generating revenue? I know we're discussing and you're going back and forth with Mr. Deller's team. How are we with that right now, and how does it reflect some of the revenues or some of the things we can do in the budget?
Some of the revenue right now that you see on page 22-3,
It says 187,000. That does not include the new revenue, 2 new ordinances that were passed. At the time that this was done, it was still up in the air on what was going to happen. So instead of saying, yep, we're going to bring this much money in, and then come see you and say, no, it didn't happen. So we gave you realistic figures. Right now, it appears that most of the ordinances did get passed. I believe the last ordinances were received. So I have to check with somebody about whether or not they were passed and enacted. Those additional monies will probably be, conservatively, probably around $10,000, $15,000. The biggest part of it that I was hoping to get was also charging for the plan review fees, which unfortunately we're at I don't want to say an impasse, but more of a dead stall right now, trying to figure out, because I understand that Mr. Duller doesn't want to raise the fees anymore. It's just a matter of trying to generate more revenue to not only help the city, but to help out the fire department and also the fire prevention division in their endeavors. Because it does take a lot of time away conducting plan reviews, which is, number one, it's great. That means economic development is increasing, but it's taken away from the residential inspections, which I'm required to do, which there are over 10,000 of them in the city of Hartford alone every year. Hopefully, those figures next year will be even better. Like I said, the majority of our revenue right now comes from our private jobs, our private duties that we work, whether it's at the XL Center, the Comcast or Infinity Music Center, Bushnell Theater when they have certain events, and other community events that I deem that we need to have a fire marshal there for whatever reason. I do consult with the chief on certain items and go from there. And then the rest of them are already come from existing revenue-generating ordinances such as liquor licenses, Knox box, and the like.
One more final question in lieu of time. I'll keep it very short and brief. I'll share it with my colleagues. Chief, going back to emergency management, one of the things I was looking for, you kind of touched upon it a little bit, but just want to make sure that, being accredited Class 1 fire department, that you and I had small conversations about, are we safe? Just to make sure and to let our citizens know that we have a plan in place just in case we could not fall victim to a Boston situation. We are definitely engaged in safety and quality of life. So can you elaborate on that a little bit about our emergency plan?
Well, we have an active emergency operation plan in place, and I can assure the citizens of this city that it is active, and it's something that it could sustain itself in case of any type of situation. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to recognize Fire Chief John B. Stewart, and just thank you for your many years of service and your mentorship to many of us. And it must feel odd to sit over there rather than right here. But good. Thank you, Chief. Councilman Kennedy.
Thank you, and I won't forget the chief was also, I believe, the majority leader for several years in this seat, so he's been all over. Chief, just a couple of questions. I'm looking at your organizational chart.
Yes.
And I see 2 assistant chief positions, but they're saying deputy director of emergency management. I mean, they're both saying the same thing. Am I reading that right? Or?
Yes, you are. They're actually.
Come on, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Just give me the honor. Well, that was explained at the beginning of his presentation, Councilman. Now continue.
He's been waiting to do that for years.
It is primetime TV right now, so you got to add some primetime.
He's been waiting to do that for years. But yes, if you could, Chief.
Yes.
Yeah. So they serve in both capacities.
Okay. You've got, Chief, 2 more questions. One, so you said you have 37% Hartford residents. Does that mean, is that 142 Hartford firefighters or Hartford residents?
That is correct.
I mean, I did the numbers, but I just want to make sure that's the number we're talking about.
Okay, I want to look at my data and just to confirm that. Yes, our numbers actually indicate 140.
140?
140 city residents.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Last question. There's been several discussions years ago, and these discussions have been ongoing on and off for almost over 10 years. Councilman John Kennelly, former Councilman Kennelly, had brought up the idea of cross-training firefighters to do the ambulance work when you're making your first responder call as a source of revenue. Rather than, I believe we contract that service out now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have we explored the possibility of creating that stream of revenue, since we're a city that's looking into revenue sources?
Yes.
And how long, if you're interested, so we could do that?
We could do it. I will tell you, the research has been done, and I'm privy to the research in the past. I'm actually, if I can recall, there was extensive research done about 10 or 20 years ago in reference to doing that. The startup costs initially are pretty expensive, and I would say conservatively it could be anywhere from 20 to 30 million to start it up. And once you start applying those the costs, especially in EMS transport, you really don't generate. I mean, a lot of the money will go into the general fund, but you won't generate a cash flow that will be significant. You just probably make a means to pay your bills and sustain yourself, but it won't be a really a generation for cash flow. But we could do it, but it would take extensive initial investment to get it going.
If you would, could you provide us that information so that we could possibly look at that? And in your opinion, there's no possible way to actually make revenue from that. We would only break even.
We would break even. That's just about it. I don't think we make it into a like right now. We have implemented the cash. What is it? The cost recovery program, and we're very excited about it. And the initial numbers look pretty exciting, and it goes right into the general fund, which is it's really positive. But let me provide you some more data, and you, if we think we can happen, I'll give you the data to see if we can do it. I would love to be part of the team that implements that. Yes, I would love to see that happen.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And this one is because this is something that's close to me. Can you carry me through the thought process of, I had this question for police, but I think I had other things to address with them. But with the cadet program, walk me through making that decision, understanding that department or that line item is so minuscule to fund. Carry me through that thought process of eliminating these positions.
For us, with the cadets program in the fire department, one of the things that we have, right now we have slots for 6 positions. And those individuals make between probably $15,000 to $20,000 a year because they're part-time positions for the cadets in the fire department. But when we start with the fire explorers. As individuals between 14 and 20 years old, we give them an opportunity to learn about the fire service, learn about the fire department. We bring them in and teach them all aspects from all the divisions across. Some people don't really want to fight fires. They may want to get into code enforcement. They may want to get into teaching. They may want to get into all the different areas. So we give people an avenue into the fire service so they totally understand the possibilities. So for me, I think that's a fantastic way to get people interested in the fire service. And also, too, as a city, we know what we're getting. We get to find out the temperament of the individuals. We learn if the fire service is a good fit for them and vice versa. So it's a great way to, I think, to really acquire the right.
You explained the program.
Right.
My question is more as to the decision to eliminate the program.
Well, funding. I mean, right now we're under some really difficult financial constraints. So we're looking at everything. We have to look at everything. And right now, our primary responsibility, we have to make sure we provide, a safe city and do the fire and emergency service. So we look at everything, and that's something that that's one of the programs that is not mandated. Most of our responsibilities are being mandated by a collective bargaining agreement through some OSHA mandate. Most of our responsibilities are mandated. So this is one that is not mandated that we could look at if we had to.
What is the operating cost for this program for these? Because you were funding it at 2 or 3?
At 6. Six. Yes, 6. 6 individuals. It's 113. 130. Yeah. About 100. A little over 100.
100,000?
Yeah, 100,000.
All right, and there is a requirement in there that these members have to be Hartford bona fide residents, right?
That's correct.
The two people who are going to be laid off, are they Hartford residents?
Yes.
How old are these qualified candidates for this position? How old are they?
I think they are really hitting the borderline.
No. I'm saying, what makes a qualified candidate? At what age can a person go into the program?
From 20, the explorers from 14 to 20, and from 20 to like 24, it could be cadets.
20 to 24.
Yes.
Now, mind you, to be a Hartford firefighter, the basic prerequisites are you have to be 18 years of age with a high school diploma and a Hartford resident. So do you see that some of those cadets, and we've been very successful, they've assimilated right from the cadet program right into the fire service. And that's commendable because they're all city residents, and it's a seamless transition. It's wonderful. And we've had some very great successful stories.
We have approximately 15 individuals now that have came through the Explorer and the Cadet program that are now active members of the Hartford Fire Department. And females included. We've been able to do some real diversified training and to get people a diverse group.
I'd like to ask you about what's the status of the Pearl Street fire station? Has that transferred out of your control, or where does that stand?
Right now, I've met with the Economic Development Director, and he's tasked me with relocating those assets. Unfortunately, I don't have a place where I can put those critical assets, and that's why it's integral that they remain where they are, which is Pearl Street. Unless we could find a viable relocation of those assets, and right now it's a centrally located firehouse. I'm up for suggestions. We've been driving around looking at different locations, and we're really thinking out of the box to maybe find a place to relocate those assets so we can relinquish that building. But right now, it's not a feasible alternative. I know he mentioned last year he really wanted me to push to see that happening. But in all earnest, it's going to be very difficult because it's a critically located facility, and it's really integral to the amount of equipment that's being housed there. And that equipment, you just can't leave it out. We've invested so much money in it. But in that regard, Jose, would you like to elaborate on that? Or no? Okay. All right.
It's strategically located. All of our fire stations are strategically located throughout the community. We have to be strategically located in order to maintain that 4-minute response time. We're very proud. If a citizen have a problem in the city of Hartford, our average response time is 3 to 5 minutes, over 90% of the time. So we need to be strategically located throughout the community in order to maintain that.
Okay, thank you. And then just going to the budget book, 22-2, so under Special Services Division, right? For the past 2 years, there's been no allocation there. And so I'm curious, and I want to understand, because there's obviously been a lot of focus over the past year on education, on the smoke detectors that the fire department has distributed in homes that save lives. So what unit has performed those services within the past year?
And it's been a joint venture of the Fire Marshal's Office and the Special Services Division. And they've been the one, and through the grant, there's been some funding that helped pay for the overtime and the initial investment in that program.
So we've maintained the Special Services Division, even though there's no line item here, through grant funding, essentially?
Is that, no, it's more of a change in the org code, is that correct? That's what it is. It's a change in the org code.
So what's the, okay, so I don't understand, right? Because we still have that line item reflected, and in fact, in this year, there's a proposed $409,000 allocation towards it.
Oh, it came from the marshal's office. That's where it is.
Okay.
Okay.
It originally was Special Services Unit and the Fire Marshal's Office together as a Community Risk Reduction Division. This was an initiative by the previous administration to combine both units. Right now, it was separated to make it easier to track a lot of items, payroll, non-personnel costs and such. It was a lot easier and a lot cleaner for everyone.
Okay, so then that brings me to the $484,000 that's proposed in the mayor's budget. Does that reflect an increase, a decrease, or keeping the allocation of resources flat for those functions?
484, line 6,
Line
006.
Line 5.
Right, he means the 409.
It's 409,601?
No, I'm on page 22-2.
Right.
That's just line 6. It's line 6.
Oh, yes, 4,009.
4,009, yes.
Yes.
That's actually their personnel costs and non-personnel. Again, originally we had the Special Services Unit and the Fire Marshal's Office, or Fire Prevention Division. Then the previous administration combined them both for community
Right.
risk reduction.
So I understand that. I'm just trying to get a sense of, does this represent the current level of...
Yes. As of right now, as far as we know, yes. That's what it is, 409.
Current, okay.
Yes.
And the reason I'm probing this is because, two reasons principally. One is because of the great success that we've seen in that, and two, because a number of individuals in the community at community meetings have talked about additional resources from the city in terms of these types of activities, right? So that's why we need to understand this proposed number. So what you're saying, that represents the current level of funding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you to the chief or any of his assistants. Can you please tell me how much do firefighters make as a base salary?
The average firefighter makes $50,000 a year to start, and that's they're on a step till like 5 years. So once they get into the fire academy, they start in the neighborhood of 40 to 50. But the average firefighter probably makes 60 to 80,000 a year. It all depends.
Okay, 60 to 80,000 a year. All right, and
can we get
how much do the cadets make?
The cadets make an average of 15 to 20,000 a year.
15 to 20,000.
The cadets are part time. They're 20 hours per week.
And what kind of work do they do generally?
Cadets do. We have the collective bargaining agreement. You know, primarily what we're doing is teaching them everything from the chain of command. You know, with employees, they have to understand the culture. The fire service have a culture, and we lose people, and we have a difficult time managing because people just don't understand how we operate. So we teach them everything from the culture. We teach them the rules and regulations, the City of Hartford rules and regulations, the fire department rules and regulations, the department directives, and these are kind of the primary things. And in the process, they also get a feel. They learn our people. They know who the chief is. They know how. So they learn all about the personality of the city. They learn other divisions. They learn how we interact with other divisions. So there's a lot of the curriculum is a lot with the cadets and the explorers. That's basically how they come through.
Thank you. And so you believe that having the cadet program is more advantageous than hiring someone off the street who might not be familiar with the culture?
I think it serves us best.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, thank you. Councilman Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the SAFER grant,
Yes, sir.
it's for fiscal year 2014 to 15. It's budgeted, and one person wondered whether you feel that's a sure thing. I noticed sometimes some quotes or something around it, and whether we are certain to get that so we can count it in to this budget as revenue. Can you tell us?
Yeah, go ahead, Jose. I'm going to let Jose know.
The SAFER grant that is in the budget is the SAFER grant that we have already received and is coming off the grants and into the general fund for part of the year. So in other words, SAFER grant was for 3 years, and then once the grant is over, the general fund picks up the cost associated with those 24 firefighters.
Thank you. So through you, that means that we are funding it after the grant leaves off. I'm just putting a different word. We're funding it after the grant leaves off, so we will not be in a situation of having to repay anything because we're going forward to maintain those same positions that originated with the SAFER grant. Is that the way to look at it?
That's correct.
And there's no jeopardy of that. But these layoffs, maybe I don't understand. If we're having 2 layoffs, does that impinge at all upon those, 14 positions or something like that? Does one affect the other?
First, let me say that with regards to layoff, the mayor's goal is to achieve the payroll targets through attrition. And we will be going through some reasonably large cycles of attrition, both in police and in fire, during the course of the next 2 or 3 years. With regards to the SAFER grant, there is a targeted number that you have to maintain. It doesn't, you can have layoffs, you can have a variety of things, as long as those targeted numbers are achieved. Now keep in mind that last year, we added 51 additional firefighters to the force. 24 came through the SAFER grant, and then 27 came through the general fund. Those 24 are going to come into the general fund in October. So we'll have the grant pay for it through October, and then after October, the general fund will pay for it.
Okay, thank you. I take it all my colleagues understand that, so we're not at risk of anything. There's just one other little thing. I'm still not sure I understand. On the mayor's recommended budget, that yellow piece called payroll reduction target, I mean, I had advanced calculus and all kinds of math courses in college and graduate school, but I'm still a little puzzled when you put in that you can put up there that yellow segment payroll reduction target, but I still can't tell exactly what would fit into that is not now in the budget. I mean, why it's in the picture? You see what I mean? Why it's in the pie when it's actually empty there, and where the emptiness went. Maybe I'm being a little dense, and I know we went through this, but can you just say a couple more words about payroll reduction, whether it's real or it's gone? Someone ate that?
The fire department has a historical trend of how many firefighters attrite during the course of the year. That would vary up and down depending on the eligibility for retirement. In the mayor's recommended budget, there is an assumption that 12 firefighters will attrite during the course of the fiscal year. But odds are that there'll be more than 12. Today in our discussions, there's the possibility of anywhere from 15 to 20 attriting during the course of next fiscal year. If we meet those targets of attrition, we will also meet the attrition number and the payroll reduction target number as well. So it's based on that sound principle that there will be an attrition amount between now and June 30th of 2015. And the payroll reduction target is part of that assumption.
Okay, well, thank you. I hope everyone else understands it, because it's an assumption. And I thought when you have a budget, you're allocating certain monies not based on an assumption that, let's say all of a sudden everything will get better, or an assumption that the electric rates will go way, way down, or some kind of thing.
It's a very good point, Councilman Deutsch, but when it comes to attrition, we make assumptions on that. We have historical data for the last 6 years, and based on that historical data, and knowing when the possibility of retirement will be made available to both fire and police, that's how we estimate it. We know, for example, that a police class that came on board in 1995 had 40 police officers, and 37 of them are still on duty today. And they will have the opportunity to retire next year. And then we multiply that times some percentage based on historically how many that could retire, did retire, and that's how we build our assumptions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jennings,
Hi,
and then we're going to wrap it up.
Just a short question about the SAFER grant. And you said 21 positions are coming from the SAFER grant, correct?
24.
And then 27 are, I'm sorry, 24? All right. Excuse me. Were those positions recruited the same way all the other positions are recruited? Was it open recruitment? Okay. And do you know the percentage of Hartford residents that are in that group of 24?
Well, at the time of hire, for the application process, you have to be a bona fide Hartford resident in order to apply for the be a firefighter.
Okay, so at the time of hire, you have to be a Hartford resident.
That's
There's
correct.
no, you can't, and is that residency checked?
Yes.
Okay, how is that residency checked or
That's
confirmed?
down to the personnel. The personnel department is in charge of the application process and hire.
All right. And this is not the same situation for the fire department, I take it. You don't have to be a Hartford resident at the time of hire.
You mean the police?
I'm sorry, the police.
I'm not sure about how their process works, but for the fire.
Oh, I think our personnel director is here. Maybe you didn't hear it. You do not have to be a Hartford resident at the time of hiring to be a police officer? All right, okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to mention that Chief Stewart was one of the people who really stepped out and hired the first women, I believe, on the fire department. And I think that he set an excellent example. We really, I'm glad that the fire department requires that you be a Hartford resident, because it's important that we follow through on that.
Councilwoman, I should just make sure you understand that we're following through on that. We have 21 women in the Hartford Fire Department, and probably one of the largest amount of women in the country for a department of our size.
All right, great,
Okay.
excellent, thank
But if you really want to improve performance, you need to get some more. Okay.
Wait a minute, council only has one. You all are doing great.
Right, and look at us. So with that, thank you for your service, for your presentation tonight, and appreciate it. Next, we will roll right into the Department of Public Works. Please. Stay put. Yeah.
Joan, come on.
Thank you. Next, we have the Director of Public Works.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, and thank you for having patience and sticking around as late as you are for this. I do want to just mention right up front that behind me we have a number of Public Works employees, and 1716 Union and Hamia and Chapia, unaffiliated and seasonal employees have all come down here tonight. There were about twice as many earlier, but some of them had to go home. The department's going through a major transition right now, and there's a lot of concern by those sitting behind me as to what the future of the department really is going to be, and the budget certainly has a major role to play in that. So they're here to learn and to listen and gain an understanding of what I'm proposing, and hopefully you'll have the same understanding when we leave. So looking at the overheads, and I guess you have them in front of you, this is the recommended budget presentation for Public Works. And one of the goals of the mayor's is to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods and community by focusing on infrastructure, eradicating blight, and strengthening public safety to attain a livable and sustainable city. And that's really the focus of Public Works today. As you can see, all of those areas down below are functions that we provide periodically throughout each year, in some cases every day, such as waste and recycling. And we're a major operation. There's nothing in the city that really happens without Public Works having an involvement in it. We're probably the most dependent upon department of all departments within the city. Next. As you can see, the breakdown, there are 5 major categories: parks, waste and recycling, street services, equipment services, and facilities. There are a number of smaller functions within the entire budget, and that operation involves right now, as a proposal, 209 positions, 194 that are funded through the operating budget. Currently, we have on the books 238 full-time positions. But we've analyzed what is in this current budget and what the needs are for the future budget, and find that we can reduce down our staff, not through layoffs. Actually, there are 37 funded positions that are vacant at this time that were in the budget when I came on board that I really did not understand why we needed them, and I decided not to fill them until I had a reason to fill them. So we've reduced down the budget without any layoffs, and we're at a point now where we think we should be going forward for the next fiscal year. We're also happy to report and provide the first real organizational chart that the department's created in a number of years. And as you can see, what I've tried to outline here is the way in which we operate. And there is a couple things on this page that are worth noting, and that is the LS&I program. Though it is staffed through many of the Public Works employees, it really falls under the direction of the Chief Operating Officer. And we work very closely with the administration of the coup with our staff to make sure that the LS&I program is successful. We actually are proposing a reduction in that area by a couple of staff members to better organize ourselves and to have more efficiencies through better supervision and concentration on the work itself. The other thing I'll point out is on the line where the 6 assistants and so forth are located. The first one on the left is vacant and unfunded, and that's a position of assistant to the director that would oversee streets, equipment services, and facilities. That's a position that we're not sure, depending on the future, how the staffing is laid out. That position may be critical to fill, or it may not be critical to fill. So it's placed as a placeholder into this organizational chart, and the decision on What to do with that will be determined at a later date. The rest of this organizational chart is pretty self-explanatory. And what we've done, if you'll notice, the city architect is now a separate function away from the engineering operations. After evaluating the first 6 months that I've been here, it's pretty clear to me that the city engineer and assistant to the public works director and the city architect really play two different functions, and both of them are highly qualified. They're equal in status and salary and so forth, and they each have staff that works for them, but they have two different roles to play. So it was not an additional cost to do what we've done, but it better defines how the organization actually is working. Next one is, again, the unfunded vacant position as the assistant to the streets, equipment services, and facilities. And then there are 3 supervisors under that unfunded position that currently report to me, and they will continue to do so until further notice. But again, you can see the outline of who works for who and the level of staffing in each of the areas. Next is assistant city engineer, city engineer assistant director to public works, also overseeing traffic, flood control, CIP design, and construction. Big operation. A lot of administrative functions are contained within this particular function, and again, we've kind of outlined a different configuration than what's been in the past, but in reality, this is how it's laid out today and working very well. Assistant to the Director, Waste, Recycling, Special Projects, Safety, and Accreditation. We've added a lot of responsibility to this particular division, and this division is changing in many, many ways, and we're being very progressive, we'll say, on finding better ways to deal with our solid waste and recycling. And as pointed out in the upper box, the accreditation program, which I'll get into later, is critical for the future of the department. City architect, as I indicated, is now a separate function, small in size, but very large in importance and responsibilities to the overall operations of the city. Parks, superintendent of DPW Parks and Special Events, probably one of the key components that you as counselors are familiar with probably on a daily basis, because leisure activities in the city are critical, and most of them come under the parks area. As you know, we're doing the golf course over, which is contained within this area. We're busy, very busy. We just cleaned up a major undertaking up at Keeney Park for the last several months, and if you haven't been to the park lately, you might want to take a ride up there. It looks great. Want to just point out the top right box, the red box, is a program that has been developed and requested through the mayor's office, and it deals with combining our resources with those of the private sector in really addressing the sidewalks throughout the city. We are involved in hiring 5 or 6 or 7 individuals that will be involved in replacing sidewalks on city or abutting city-owned properties. There's another whole program that's tied into this that deals with sidewalks being replaced and repaired that are abutting privately owned properties that many of the local contractors in town are working with, and there's training going on for a number of city residents in labor-type appointments and equipment operations and mason-type work for building these sidewalks. So it's a great training program, and there's probably close to 30 people, I would guess, that'll be involved in this process, if not more. Senior project manager for fiscal unit and budgeting. That group is small in size but critical in many respects. It handles our payroll, our accounts payable, preparation of this budget, and issues permits and oversees athletic field schedules. It's a combination of many things, but very critical to the department. And what else we got? Next chart. Okay, this shows the DPW overtime differences from fiscal year 14-15 compared to 13-14, and the blue being 13-14, and the orange or tan or whatever it's called being 14-15. And as you can see, we've made some major changes. The snow operation function has been eliminated, and the snow operation funding now is contained within the divisions that actually perform functions with snow removal and snow plowing and so forth. It makes a lot more sense to do it this way in our mind, better control on our expenditures and an understanding of where the costs are really being generated from. So we've increased our overtime budget significantly, and part of that offset is through the reduction of the 37 full-time positions that were unfunded this year. This is a budget that is based upon experience and man hours and the cost of doing business, pretty detailed in nature, something that does not appear to have been done to a great extent in previous years. But again, we're doing things a lot differently than before, so our needs have changed significantly. Snow operations, as I point out, it's a major cost to the city. We are budgeting now about $800,000 in total for snow. And I do want to point out the snow operations overview, where we did develop 24 assigned routes, 24 assigned drivers, and 24 assigned trucks, 4 routes per district, 6 total districts, and there's 1 supervisor within each district, not 6. That's a typo. And there's another typo on the chart itself where the streets division has a budget of $212,000, and that was a typo. And then equipment is really only $30,000, not $430,000. So it all adds up, but the figures are shown incorrectly there. I do also want to point out the snow program this year was timing is critical, and this is one of the worst winters on record for the state of Connecticut and the city of Hartford, with 76 inches of snow, over 16 storms. We didn't have any contractors do any work this year. We were able to, through our efforts with our great operators and truck drivers and supervisors, to be able to handle all 16 storms in-house. No streets at any time were impassable. There were very few accidents of any seriousness in the city throughout the whole winter. And even though the region ran short of salt, the city was never out of salt. We had sand and salt mixed and ready to go in anticipation of the shortage. We did have training sessions prior to the snow season this year to make sure that all of our drivers knew what was expected. They went out in their routes, they looked for all of the manholes sticking up and all of the curbing sticking out, and learned their routes during a dry run when there was no snow on the ground in anticipation of being able to go out and do their job properly. One of the things that we did fall short on this year, and it was a combination of too much snow, too many storms, and no money, was the snow removal along the road edge. We had a number of complaints where we lost laneage on the multi-lane roads such as Farmington Avenue. And we attribute that to several things. Too much snow, as I said, too often, and no snow melt. This was one of the coldest winters on record, so those snow banks that were on the side of the road became solid ice. And it was a tough year, but we got through it. Now we're dealing with the potholes as a result of the tough winter. Highlights of personal employment opportunities. If you look on the left-hand chart, you'll see that we, in our proposed budget, have 20 positions that we will be seeking employment and filling those positions, and additionally a minimum of 26 promotional opportunities. Probably the largest ever in the Public Works Department for 1 year. We did eliminate the positions on the right side of the page based upon our needs of the department moving forward. We found we did not need those positions that were in the current budget moving into next year's budget. Breaking it down by division, engineering, architect. I'm not going to read all this to you, but it's pretty self-explanatory what we're doing in those areas and what we're funding and so forth. Same thing goes with parks. This particular area is the projects that are going on, and everything in blue is in design, and everything in black is under construction. So this is a 2-page report, and it's extensive in the amount of work that's underway or will be underway in the city overall for the next several years. Next picture. Yeah, it continues there. So there's a lot going on. Some of it you're well aware of, like the Keeney Park golf course improvements. That's been a big, not a controversy, but a big topic of discussion, we'll say. But there are many things going on that are much smaller in nature, but are critical for the future of the city. Facilities, and again, I'm not going to read all this to you. You have it for your reading whenever you have time. But what we have is a lot of buildings that need to be maintained, and structures, and street lights, and decorative poles, and basketball courts, and playscapes, and the list just goes on. And we don't have a big staff in this area. It's one of the larger divisions, but certainly not as large as it probably should be if we were to fund everything we need, but we know the limits are there on the funding availability. Street services, one particular division that is probably utilized by the general public every day. There's 217 road miles in the city that are maintained. And potholes alone, we kind of highlighted this one. We project 6,000 potholes annually, which I'd like to see that about reduced by about 5,999, but that's going to take a while before we get there. So potholes is a big issue following the winter season, but we're going to continue to work on that, and we've started our milling and paving program, which will address a lot of the potholes, so we're moving forward. Maintainer 5 position proposal. This is critical for the future of the division. This is in response actually to many requests of the employees to provide upward mobility opportunities that were non-existent in the past. The Maintainer 5 position is the highest level 1716 position that we'll have. We're proposing 10 of these positions throughout the department. And they're basically designed to serve as a go-between between the 1716 role and the HMEA role. These individuals will be working supervisors, but they will not have the responsibility of any discipline. They're basically, they will be assigned to be working side by side with their crews that are assigned to them to make sure that the crews have the resources they need and we achieve our goals on a daily basis. We do not have a position like this. The closest thing we have to this is Maintainer 4, which is a heavy equipment operator, and it's really impossible for an equipment operator to be supervising while they're running the heavy equipment. So I really feel that this is going to boost the morale of the employees in 1716, as well as providing excellent output and success with the supervisory program that we're proposing. Parks, again, I won't get into this, but if you look at the number of acres that the Parks Department handles, I think there was a study done several years ago that indicates that per acre we are very, very light on manpower. But we have a good crew, and they're getting better, and we have better equipment, and we're really focusing on getting the job done more than ever before. Forestry, there's 55,000 street trees, but that's only 10% of the total trees that the city has responsibility for. There are over 500,000 trees that are on city property throughout the whole city. And we need to address those trees. Many of them can be very dangerous if they're not maintained properly. So we do have our forestry division that is concentrating on getting control of these trees, particularly the street trees. In just Keeney Park, just this winter, I believe we dealt with over 500 trees that had to come down for various reasons and pruned another 500 or 600 trees. So trees are critical. They're important to the city and to the parks and to the public grounds, and we need to maintain those as best we can. Golf course, we're well on our way. Goodwin opened up recently, last Saturday, and the course already looks a lot better than it did when it shut down last year. We do have our professional people overseeing the functions of the parks, and the Knox Foundation is contracted to work on the grounds and hiring local residents to do so. Keeney Golf Course is going through a bid process right now for contracts to be awarded for the renovations of the grounds and for the renovation of the buildings at Keeney Park. And that private-public collaboration on sidewalks is outlined here. And this is going to kick off very shortly with the city forces. July, as soon as we have approval for the budget and we move forward, it'll be going in July and continuing through the good weather. When it's not good weather, these employees that we have assigned to this program will be assisting in the Parks Department over the winter months for their work to keep going with the cleaning of the overall park system, as well as other work that's been needed in the parks. Flood control, there is a large amount of money in the flood control CIP. The flood control operations have been one that has not been kept up as well as it should be. We need to spend quite a bit of money. A total of, I think it's $81 million is projected over a number of years. We've changed the leadership with the flood control daily operations, and again, we're looking at making major improvements to the flood control to make sure that those dikes and levees and so forth and pumps are working and in good condition if and when we have a major flood coming down the Connecticut River, we'll say. So that's well underway, and we're comfortable with what we propose to bring this eventually into a state of repair that it should be. LS&I, as I said earlier, we reduced down some of the number of personnel that we have assigned. We found that 2 crews of 5 or 6 are better than 2 crews of 8 or 9, we'll say. So we worked hard to get this program to where it is, and we intend to do more in this area. Actually, we've even created an overtime budget for this group of employees because there are times when overtime is needed to get the work done. So we're optimistic that these 2 teams will be more effective than what we've had in the past. Business cases, I think we have 4. One is a program where we would be hiring 2 crews with supervisors to reduce the litter and blight within the city. What's been recognized and studied is there's a direct correlation between litter and blight and crime. And the mayor has a high objective to reduce down certainly crime, and by reducing down the litter and blight, he's optimistic, as we are, that we can actually make a dent in the crime in these areas. Some money off of this over the future. So we have an opportunity here that we want to take advantage of. Synchro software. Okay, this one is for the traffic division. We are weak in the traffic operations right now. Our cameras and our monitors are basically not working. We need to start getting in there and looking at ways in which we can improve the light, signal light systems throughout the city. And this is just one component that we're requesting for software that will allow the city to model traffic signal timing and operations more effectively. But it is an area that we're going to be talking more about down the road, I'm sure. And accreditation. I'm very hot on this particular item. I think that being the capital city of the state of Connecticut, the city of Hartford should be number one and be first getting its Public Works Department accredited through the APWA. And we need this. Part of the problem that Public Works has is there's no consistency. Things change erratically at times. And what the accreditation will do is to set best practices in writing for the future of the department. It's not an expensive program, and to be accredited would really bring the city a long way in regards to public works. What's required is a commitment by the staff, by the leadership, by you as a council, by the mayor. Accreditation has been pretty well accepted in education and police and fire, and public works as normal is lagging behind on this, and we need to move forward. So we're recommending that Hartford be the first one in the state to be accredited, and the staff is committed to making that happen if the council and mayor is. And that's it, folks. That's our presentation. I'm here for questions. Now, I have difficulty hearing, so if I can't hear you, hopefully somebody will repeat to me what you're saying, and we'll answer as best we can.
Thank you. Councilman Kennedy.
Thank you, through the chair, to the director and to the staff at Department of Public Works. What you do is extremely hard work, and we are very grateful for the work that you do. It's often thankless, we know it is, but we appreciate the work that you do. We know you're understaffed and underfunded, so thank you on behalf of the citizens of Hartford. Now let me get to my budget questions. What are your plans for the seasonal employees that were hired last May?
Okay, we have about 15 or 16 seasonals left. We have, as presented, 20 opportunities that we're proposing for new hires. Most of those seasonals we want to pick up as permanent. They've been extremely good employees, so we have a built-in resource for those new positions.
I'm assuming most of those seasonals were Hartford residents?
I'm sorry?
Were all of those seasonals Hartford residents?
Yeah, they were all, I believe they're required to be Hartford residents, and they continue to be, yes.
I was just anticipating a question from a colleague. With respect to parks, talked about how, I believe in your presentation you said they were underfunded, and I'm looking at your budget compared to last year's budget, looking at 25-6. And I looked at last year's budget numbers. It appears we're down by a position and a third in your proposed budget, and I'm wondering why that's the case from that department.
Have to take a look for a second.
Yeah, we're going to run through about every single unit because there were changes in the staffing levels.
Okay, according to our sheet now, we're proposing a total of 36 full-time employees, 34.9 FTEs.
Correct.
And you're saying that we had more last year?
Last year's budget had 37 positions, 36.2 FTEs.
Okay. Yeah, we again, looking at our operation, we feel as we feel in all these divisions, that we're right-sizing our staffing. So some divisions end up with more staff and others end up with less.
Understood that, but and I get that, because I want to go back to the beginning and we can work our way through. But you specifically said in your presentation the parks, which I think is a gateway and an example to folks who are visiting the city. It's kind of it's one of our first faces, if you will. How why would we take a position away from that department?
Well, let me just say that in reality, we could use a lot more people in all areas. But we need to take one step at a time. And what we're trying to do is take the existing resources we have and maximize their efficiency in ways that haven't been tried before. And we feel that reducing down this particular division at this time is not going to adversely impact on the output because of changes we're making internally with people being promoted into supervisory positions and so forth. So, it's, as I said earlier, we had 37 positions funded that I did not want to proceed with until I'm sure we have a need for them. And I think what we're proposing this year is what we feel as though we need to continue to move forward. Certainly, as we go down the road and as the economic times get better for the city, we certainly would and could use a lot more people. But the realities are what they are. So I think we want to take a baby step approach to this.
If I
Sanchez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Through the President, I'd also like to comment that the parks for fiscal year 14-15 has 6 positions that are fully funded by the CIP that you're not seeing in the general fund.
Well, that actually raises a bunch of questions I wasn't prepared to ask. And I think just because there are some legal obligations with respect to capital improvement dollars. I mean, usually that's fairly tricky with personnel, so if we could make sure we're not running into any issues with that, yeah, if I may. I think that's a question we'll all have.
Either Mr. Hill or Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. President, yes, we have sought legal guidance coordinated through the Corporation Council and the city's bond council that the charges of personnel to the CIP, as long as they are working in support of the CIP, is allowed and appropriate.
Okay. I mean, and that's fine. If that's in fact the case, I'm happy for it. I just don't want us to run into a foul later. With respect to 25-2, and we could probably start there. And Jose, I may be asking you these questions as opposed to the director, but I'm looking at the administration staffing. It looks like we've got 1 additional position compared to last year's budget. And we know what that position is and why there?
Okay, we're showing 9 positions being proposed.
Yep.
And
Last year was 8.
We had 8. And which one?
Actually, last year's number was 8 positions, 7.3 FTEs. We now have 9 FTEs and 9 positions. It's 1 additional person, but almost 1 and 3 quarters FTEs.
We did transfer within the department from another area in our budget to administration because the staff person is working dedicated to the administration division. And also we lost grant funding for 1 position, and one of our positions was partially CIP funded. And now that it was determined that partial CIP project managers cannot be funded by CIP, all of that salary is within the administration budget this year.
Looking at 25-3, your facilities, looks like you added positions there. What was the rationale there?
Councilman Kennedy, what are we talking about?
25-3, program is facilities. I'm not looking at the budget detail, just the
top of the page, just the carryover.
Just the budget book. I figured it would be easier this way.
And your question is?
What's the rationale for the 2 additional positions there?
It was previously 30.
We're proposing a new DPW supervisor. This division has a total of 32 staff members proposed, and we only have a manager of that division as a true supervisor at this time. And we need more supervision if we're going to be successful in carrying out the duties.
I know you separated your engineering and architectural function because in last year's budget they were combined with 17 positions, 10.6 FTEs. As I look at your engineering and architectural functions, it looked like we made some substantial cuts there. We only have 1.5 FTEs in the architects, and engineers, it looks like we only have 2.2 FTEs in the engineers. Any reason for their reduction?
We've identified a lot of these positions to be able to be funded through the CIP program.
And again, I'm assuming that's the same answer as long as they're supporting a capital improvement project. What capital improvement project are they working on?
I'd like to get clarification, a different question. That bond counsel has reviewed and signed off on any movement of FTEs.
Oh, yeah, please.
Yes, we
You've been here all night?
Yes. This has never happened before. You just volunteered, actually.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's because I was a person who actually was dealing directly with bond counsel, so I figured rather than have them filter it, I would just answer directly. I've been dealing with them on the issue about what was eligible for 5%, what they call working capital, which is what salaries fall under working capital. And so we've been going back and forth about all of the positions that we have proposed, of which not only in DPW, but in Corp Counsel and LS&I and a whole bunch of other departments. We gave them a list of all the positions and all the projects that those people are associated with to make sure that the bonding that is being authorized and issued also coincides with the projects. And so the last list that we sent to them, they agreed that, in fact, as long as all of those individuals were working on projects that were part of the issuance, that they were, in fact, okay for us to use that money for that purpose.
Okay.
If I may, well, that then brings me to flood control, which we know we're bonding a great deal of money for, but we actually had an increase in positions in flood control.
We found that we were woefully under the 5% in the past couple of years in terms of the positions that we had actually been using or identifying that could be used for CIP for the 5% working capital. And based on the proposal to issue about $56 million worth of bonds later on in this calendar year, we've determined that we can, in fact, put far more positions than we had previously under the working capital 5%, and so we did increase that number.
No, I'm getting that, but I'm just saying if we have flood control, and I'm looking at last year's budget numbers under flood control, and we're actually adding staff to flood control, given what you're saying, wouldn't it make sense to take the entire number of employees of the FTEs here and put that under the capital improvement budget?
I don't know.
I believe, and Jose, correct me if I'm wrong, that the flood line item in the CIP, particularly the 2015 CIB, the budget, is 0. And then it's 20 million, 20 million, 20 million, 15 million for the last 4 years.
We're not bonding this year in the CIP budget. It'll be next year, and then next year these costs may in fact go offline.
Yes, if I heard Corporation Counsel's response correctly, as long as the positions are actively working in CIP-funded projects, the funding for that position is eligible to be provided through the CIP or through bonds.
Oh, I just want to be clear on the engineers and architects. We're keeping the same number of folks essentially, but we're just moving them off line to the projects they're associated with?
Yeah, the only other change is we're taking one individual out of the engineering and putting them into the flood control as a supervisor for that area.
So that's the difference on the .5?
That's correct.
All right. Snow removal, if I may?
Councilman Deutsch has a question on this? Or is it totally separate?
One of them is related, I suppose, to this. Can you tell us, for regular people, what's the advantage of putting some of these functions that are proposed to shift to the CIP rather than paying through the operating budget? In other words, it sounds as if we have the option of either paying them as we go from savings or from current operating budget, or the option of postponing it and bonding it through the CIP up to 5% or something like that. Now, some folks would say, just to put it colloquially, you know, pay for it as you go, rather than borrowing and have the debt service and the burden on a future generation. Can someone
Mr. Sanchez or
spell out
Mr.
for
Hill?
us what is the fiscal advantage other than postponing and putting it on a future years?
Well, Mr. President, if I may, you're absolutely correct, Councilman. It is a choice. And as we put together a budget, particularly in the challenging financial times of recent years, we have the ability to charge a portion or all of a position to the capital improvement budget, or in turn the bonds that are issued to fund it. And where possible, we are taking advantage of that because our financial challenges are so great. And as the mayor's recommended budget demonstrates, with the combination of $18 million of cuts to departments, the $2.5 mil recommended, now $2.3 mil recommended increase in the rate, and the proceeds from the transfer of parking assets, we are looking for everything that we can to balance the city's budget. And this is not a one-time event like may have been experienced in the 80s or 90s or 2000s. We are at the end, or currently at, what is 5 years in a row of significant budget challenges. In the past, it may have been possible to balance the budget through a wide variety of options. But where we stand in the development of this 2015 budget is we've used all of those options. So we are looking to do any and everything we can to balance the city's budget for next fiscal year.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, so through you again, just to put it very simply, we're charging it to a credit card that we must pay later, rather than either cutting back on what we're spending now or paying as we go from what little is available. I mean, again, I'm putting it
That's
very
one
simply.
way of looking at it. I mean, the portion of, or the aggregate of these positions charged to the bonds that are issued to fund our CIP is so de minimis. And to your point, we have the ability to say that while, yes, we're charging a portion of a position or all of a position, when you aggregate them all together to the issuance to fund the projects, we could say that we're repaying that portion of the issuance attributable to the positions over the first couple of years of it, not over the full life of the bond issue. My point being that we have great flexibility with how we decide that the repayment of the principal, not the interest, but the principal for our bond issues, what it's allocated to and what projects it's allocated to. Particularly where there are bricks and mortar projects, we finance projects over a much shorter term than we expect their useful life to be. I say that to suggest that all of our bond issuances we try and match them to the expected useful life. And some of them, particularly school renovations and buildings, those bricks and mortar, not technology and equipment, which have a shorter amortization life, we are blending them all together, including the city staff that is working on, either full-time or part-time, on those capital improvement projects.
Okay, Councilman Kennedy.
I'll try to be a little quicker. 25.5 and 25.4 of the budget book, looking at waste recycling. Looks like from last year's budget to this year, we're down about 6.8 positions, and I'd like to know the rationale there.
Yeah, the number of the 60 employees for solid waste is the number of positions that we feel are necessary to achieve what we need to get done on a daily basis in solid waste and recycling. We've studied this. We know how many trucks we have to send out. We know how many stops we have to make. And 60 is the number that works for that division.
Were those folks reassigned?
Pardon?
Were the other folks, the positions, were they reassigned within the budget?
Well, some of these were never filled. These were some of the vacant positions that were funded, but we never filled them.
You've got, I want to combine these two departments, your programs together, your street services and your equipment services. Street services, you are down 6 positions from last year's budget, and equipment services is 3.
And again, many of those positions were not filled. They're not down. We're not proposing to eliminate any full-time employees whatsoever.
And I guess it does raise this question, and I've taken up too much time, so I'll leave. But when the mayor first became mayor, in his first couple of budgets that were proposed, we proposed increases to DPW because we all knew that for the brunt of the last 6 years before that, they had taken a cut and a hit every year, while other departments had been, essentially protected from any type of adverse budgetary impact. So, I mean, we raise many of the numbers in the department because they, quite frankly, the DPW needed. Now, from your analysis, you're telling me we don't need the positions, we don't need to fill them, we're okay.
What I'm saying to you is we are transitioning from the way the department used to be operated to a much more professional approach to managing public works. And I'm not saying we don't need the people. I'm saying I haven't determined that we need the people. I would never say we don't need them because we're writing this book as we go. Just as we did with the snow operations, there used to be 27 plow routes. They weren't doing well. So you would think, well, we need more plow routes. Well, now we have 24 and we did very well. It's a matter of reshifting the resources in a more efficient way and having better oversight and setting a standard and that all employees understand what's expected of them and what they're expected to achieve in building a team. We are now in the process of doing all those things, and it's working extremely well. So we feel that this coming year, what we have for staffing levels is adequate. Now, whether we come back a year from now and tell you we've studied it further and we've analyzed it further and we've measured our productivity and find we need additional people in any of these areas, then we may do that. But we may also come back and once again say to you that we found efficiencies that we can actually reduce further.
And I'll leave with this. There's some inconsistencies. I mean, I get the restructuring. We've restructuring the department. The department gets an increase in his dollars, but there's some positions we're eliminating from what, street services, I kind of sweep. That to me looks like a core service. At the same time, we talked about snow removal. I noticed there's almost a $200,000 reduction from last year's snow removal budget in this proposed budget given last winter. I'm just seeing some inconsistencies, and I'm just trying to help me understand what the thought process was in eliminating the positions that were eliminated, increasing it where you did the increase, and then like snow removal to me would be like that'd be the one thing you'd want to increase.
Okay, let me just say that I didn't develop this current budget. I developed next year's budget. This current budget I inherited. I don't know the rationale behind how the budget was developed or what the expectations were. All I can say to you is that we are finding ways of doing our jobs much more efficiently than in the past. We have a lot of new equipment that's going to really help us tremendously. There's variables that are occurring and have occurred. And again, I can't justify what was asked for in the past, how they were utilized. All I can tell you now is that with the staff and the team that's being built down there, we feel that the staffing levels that we're proposing fit. And again, we may be wrong, and we may be wrong to the good or to the bad. And we won't know that until we go through the next year.
All right, Ian, I've got some budget questions, but I'll wait.
Thank you. Councilman Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to, I have just a few questions from your handout, which I thank you for. It's very helpful. And I'll try to be concrete in some of them, or rather asphalt, I should say, in terms of one question that has to do with potholes. Starting just to one question, which you were just touching upon, in terms, out of this book on page 25.4, there is, as has been said, a snow removal recommended budget of $400,000 and then $420,000, which, unless I'm mistaken, is about half, roughly speaking, the ballpark of half of what we've been spending. So I guess I wonder whether, if you budget that, we will be in a situation once again of exceeding the budget. In other words, either you have a good farmer's almanac, or you're going by statistics that last year we had too much snow and next year we'll have too little. I don't know. In other words, all I'm asking, just briefly, is it reasonable for us to put in the budget only $400,000 when it, who knows, it could exceed that, and then will we be in a fix at the end of the year with the rainy day fund again?
Okay, I'd like to just explain what we've done is, let me back into this a little bit. Last year's, not this last winter, but the previous winter's snow cost the city about $500,000 more than it did this year. Right. Okay, for a number of reasons. You had less snow and less storms in a milder winter, but it still cost the city $500,000 more. We are basing this budget on an average of 10 storms. And again, going back through the history of the city snowstorms, up until last year, you were getting 5, 6, maybe 7 snowstorms on average. The last 2 years have been significantly higher. Now, what we've decided to do, rather than over budget, maybe these last 2 years were a fluke, we don't know. So what we've tried to do is budget for 10 storms that we will respond to. We responded to 16 this year. Last year they responded to 14. The previous year they responded to 7. The previous year to that they responded, I think, to 5.
Okay, here, I don't mean to have you, I mean, nobody can forecast the future with climate change, I suppose.
That's right.
So I guess I'm just raising the question so that we don't find ourselves in a fix this time next year with a deficit, so-called. And so moving on, again, I'm conscious of the time, or trying to be. We said about, you mentioned about potholes while you were going through this handout, and maybe you could say, very specifically, I've seen lots of potholes around the last 2-3 weeks of warm weather, but very few crews. Can you tell us exactly how many crews are going around just looking for them and filling them on the spot with warm or cold patch?
There's a couple of things that have happened, we'll say, in the last month. If you take a month ago, we probably had 4 or 5 crews out there every day. We couldn't get hot material from the plants because it wasn't being made, so we put in cold patch in. And cold patch is only good until the next rainstorm.
Yeah.
So now we are getting the hot material, and we're aggressively filling in potholes permanently now. In addition to that, we are now doing all of the milling and paving operations that are eliminating a slew of potholes. Now, where we still will have potholes is where the utility companies are actively working, like Farmington Avenue. Farmington Avenue, you can get ready for the next year or two. It's going to be constant problems on Farmington Avenue between what MDC is doing, now what the city is doing with the streetscapes, and along with that is Weathersfield Avenue, Capitol Avenue. There are some major roads in the city that are just being destroyed that will be all fixed.
No kidding,
but
okay.
When that rain hits and those patches pop out, it's potholes everywhere.
Okay, the next one was this, and on page 19 of the handout, the Maintainer 5 proposal. You mentioned that it's recognizing a void exists with supervision and so on, a high-level 716 member and so on at 48.5, and 10 are being proposed. My question is, when you have field crews out, exactly why do they need a hierarchy like that? Why do they need someone among them in a Maintainer 5 rather than letting the crews evaluate among themselves, those who have firsthand and experienced frontline service, and letting them work out some of the priorities? In other words, I'm asking, and I'll ask more in one other position, why do they need a supervisory position when you have crews that have some experience and some capability among them?
I did not understand your question, but let me just
Well,
Jose, do you understand?
it's saying, are the crews incapable of figuring out the scheduling and priorities among themselves?
Let me just say this, that the supervisory process and importance is very high. When you have a crew of 3, 4, or 5 people, and you do not have a supervisor with those 3 or 4 or 5 people, there's no accountability. Yes, if you have a great crew, they know what they're doing, they go out, they do their job, and they finish it and come home, great. But
Right.
That's not always the case. We have 200 employees working for us. Many of them are great employees, not every one of them. And the supervisor that we're proposing here is also a decision maker. There are field conditions that they will find when they go out to a park or out to a street that somebody has to decide how best to approach this new problem. That's what this person is going to be trained to do. They don't, like I said earlier, they don't necessarily have to know how to run the equipment. I don't know how to run every piece of equipment in Public Works. I know how to run many of them, but I don't know them all. But that doesn't mean that I can't facilitate getting the work done with a piece of equipment I don't know how to run. But these are side-by-side workers, not in a vehicle or a piece of equipment, but actually on the ground working side-by-side with these 4 or 5 guys. And we feel very strongly that when you have 3, 4, 5, 6 people working together, that's when you need a supervisor. And again, we're writing this book as we go. This particular proposal is not just being proposed from management. This is something that I've heard repeatedly since I've been here, that the 1716 employees really wanted to have an opportunity to move up. And it's difficult to move into HMIA for the city and for many employees because there's some challenges on finances to go from 1716 to HMIA. And there's also a loss of those people working once they go into HMIA because they become non-working supervisors. They can't be physically doing the work. They have to be just supervising. Or these people will physically be doing the work as well.
Okay, then again, in the spirit of that, moving on to page 26.
26.
Trying to be brief. The DPW will assemble 2 crews with supervisors to support the mayor's initiative to reduce litter and blight. I suppose my question is the same as to why, when you have crews with experience in the city, they know the neighborhoods, why does it have to be with supervisors? I mean, this is not just philosophical, but economic. If you have trained crews...
Councilman,
yeah.
Isn't the answer really identical to
well,
last one?
This is a new program that will be new employees that will be going out in specific areas of the city that are known for litter and blight, whether it be on the public right-of-way or off the public right-of-way, that will be cleaning everything. It's a new incentive that is designed to beautify the city as well as provide opportunities for residents to obtain work.
Understood. So again, I guess the question that's already been asked is why do they need when you have a crew going neighborhood to neighborhood, why do you need a supervisor rather than assigning them a certain cleanup and having them decide among themselves, get rid of the litter? I guess that's the question. And if you think it's been answered, then
From my experience, and I've been in this business a long time, when you have a crew of 4, 5, 6, 7 people, you want a supervisor with them. Somebody has to be in charge. Somebody has to make the decisions. There's issues of safety. There's issues of productivity. And a working supervisor provides the best of all worlds, because not only is that person supervising, but they're also producing.
Well,
and you can't get better than that.
Okay, well, fine. So before moving on, suffice it to say, some people may disagree on the nature of teamwork and productivity and a group sense of the final outcome, and whether you need one person supervising or a collective opinion out in the field. I suppose it's a matter of approach. Okay, the last question is this. I guess it's a technicality, but somewhere buried in the city ordinances is something about a 6-month rule for one person in an acting position.
That's correct.
Is that relevant? What does council or anyone do about that 6-month limitation on an acting position, which, unless I'm mistaken, is already exceeded? What should we do about that one?
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
The administration asked that council work with the administration to put a permanent director in place. We're optimistic that the person placed in the acting role would work out. That not being the case, it is our hope that we will not lose the significant progress that's been made and allow the acting to continue to serve until a permanent is identified.
That's fine. My only question is whether it's legal. That's all. If it says something in the ordinances, I defer to all the lawyers here in the room. There are plenty. Is it legal? That's all.
I'm not going to put them in a position of answering the legal question. Right? We can consult. Well, correct. So.
Well, Mr. President, if I may, I would suggest that the law is the law, yes, and the written word says very clearly what it does, but then there's the real world, and we have to administer our city on a daily basis, and save the fact that any one or variety of the city's code sections are being met or not on a daily basis, we still have to function and operate effectively as a city.
Thank you. Councilman Days.
I want to thank you. I have very little things hanging in my wall. There's only one thing that hangs in my wall right now. It's 8-24. It's a state statute. And that's just because it keeps on giving. That's the only thing hanging up on my wall, and I think this is actually going to go up on my wall. I think this is the most honest and most, I think, when I read this, I see that you respect this body, that you took the time and the diligence to look through this. As breaking things down, I thank you a lot. I had tons of questions, and all I had to do is just sit here and read through this to really understand and get a real picture of DPW. It's the most honest presentation that I've seen, and I commend you for that. But I just have one request for the administration. I would like a list of all the CIP employees that are being paid through the CIP process. That's my only question. Thank you.
Through the President, if I may, I want to clarify a couple of things on the CIP. First, Councilman DeJesus, you will have that report tomorrow. We have that, and we've got it well recorded. With regards to CIP, the first thing that a lot of people think of is bricks and mortar. You have a $2 million capital project. What's that $2 million for? Well, in reality, it's for a variety of things. It is for the brick and mortar, but it also includes payments to outside services like engineers or other services. And it also has a certain amount that's dedicated to employees who work on that CIP project. It's not necessarily that we're trying to move money from the general fund into CIP to save this general fund money. It's because it's an appropriate expense to charge that CIP budget. Like software, take example software. When we invest in software, We're not just investing in the code, the program itself, or the computer, but oftentimes we have to invest on the implementation of the software, which includes consultants and includes labor. So I want to make that clear that our CIP payroll is not just to transfer money from the general fund to CIP, but it's also because it's an appropriate expense to charge to that CIP allocation.
Thank you for the clarification. Just to emphasize the point, obviously we had a rough year in this past budget cycle with respect to the administration moving costs from the operating side of the budget to the CIP side of the budget. There was a lot of confusion, and some of that was inappropriate. We had a city audit and findings, and you went through a couple of budget committee hearings that weren't comfortable. And so given all of that, and it sounds like a lot of improvements have been made to the process, we just want to be confident. I want to be confident that when we vote on the budget, that every position that has been moved from the operating side of the budget to the CIP, that our bond counsel is not later going to question it, that, so that it's gone through the whole process. And so that's just what we want, assurance and confidence that when we vote on the budget, that in fact is the case.
Mm-hmm. And it is. As Sandy came up to discuss earlier, based on our past history for the last 6 months with regards to this issue, we definitely engaged bond counsel all the way through this budget process, and we even have documentation in written form from them approving our list of CIP projects, and we will share that with you tomorrow.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Director Chapman, and all the staff who came out tonight. Very impressive. It's a late night, so thank you. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief, because actually Councilman DeJesus asked the question I had. I just wanted to add to it, though, that it'd be helpful if you included in that with the positions which division or area from DPW they're included in terms of the work that they will do.
The listing, but the listing that we'll provide you will include the title, the employee, the org code, the department they're with, what percentage is being charged to CIP, and what CIP project they're being charged to.
Excellent. That's ideal. And I also want to thank you for the great work that you and your staff have been doing. The department is operating in a much higher capacity right now, and it's just very pleasing to see that.
Well, you can thank this group behind me.
I thank all of you. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Councilman Anderson.
Thank you. Don't leave the big guy out. Don't leave the big guy out.
Okay, I want to hear your question. I want to hear your budget question. Let's get to it.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the work that you do. I'm looking for, I may be adding to your budget, but I hope I don't want to do that. I'm looking for communication to the community, what's going on. For IE purposes, there was some work done in Keeney Park substantially, and it's a part of what you've been doing throughout the city, and it's not getting out to the community, what's being done, what's available, what streets are not being, those kinds of things. So if we can find out a way to put it on the website, do some kind of communication besides the NRZs. You may have some communication with NRZs, but there's a lot of initiatives that you guys are putting forward, work's being done. We just want to let the community know, because it may inconvenience them in some kind of way. I've been getting a couple phone calls on that.
Yeah, we're also concerned about that, and we're working with the mayor's public relations folks to make sure that it's timely and gets out there, because what we're doing is impacting on a lot of people with the roads being the way they are, and we want to let people know what we are doing and boast a little bit about it.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may add, that in addition to the communications staff, we're also coordinating their effort with development services, because there's clearly an economic impact on the city's businesses, so that the coordination is even beyond the regular media channels.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
First of all, I just want to say that I certainly appreciate all the work that this department has done. I appreciate the people, and I'm very proud of the way, no matter what the project is, whether it's Keeney Park and Goodwin Park and the golf courses and getting the RFPs out, or whether it's just doing an update on what's going on in Public Works, making sure that all the parks are taken care of. The massive work that's been done, and certainly in Keeney Park, and clearing up the apron so that now we can see inside the park, and really taking the time to follow up on some of the things that I had brought to the fire department's attention in terms of the possibility of fires in that park if those trees hadn't been cleaned up. So we appreciate you looking out for the safety of the city, and also the fact that it's the department that has the highest number of Hartford residents in it. And I just wanted to bring that forward, as well as the fact that recycling is such a critical part that we need to take a look at how we can make more money in implementing recycling at a higher percentage, because that is one way that's going to really be able to bring money into our budget and make sure that we have a sustainable city by recycling and encouraging recycling in every household, and also in the larger apartment buildings now, as well as the fast food places that don't recycle, the restaurants. So I think we really need to promote recycling and take it very seriously. I know Marilyn Cruz-Aponte has been doing a lot of work in that, and it's made a big difference in how much we have to spend in tipping fees for our trash. So I certainly appreciate all the things, the smooth snow removal that we had, the fact that we did not run out.
I'm going to ask you to.
Right. Okay. The fact that we did not run out of sand and salt when others did, and the fact that we have such a professional team across the board. So I thank you for that. I also want to take a point of personal privilege, since there was some misunderstanding about the comments that I made regarding the police department. Okay, so the police department is not here, but because this is the same forum, I want to say that, first of all, when I talk about hiring Hartford residents, it is not to insult the staff that are currently working here. It is for the purpose of making sure that if we're going to have employment security for everyone, we have to also hire Hartford residents so that we don't end up paying more and expending our resources. I come from a family of law enforcement officers. My father was a state police retired lieutenant. My brother is a retired sergeant, police sergeant. And I've spent years recruiting for Hartford for fire, police, and corrections, and training people to pass employment examinations and promotional exams. So I've done a lot that has to do with this. When I talk about hiring Hartford residents, I mean every single department can do it. There is no department in this agency that has such a specialized skill set that they cannot hire people from the city of Hartford. We have to respect the people that pay our salaries, and that we must never forget that. I wanted to say that in terms of my career, I'm a civil rights attorney. I believe in equal employment opportunity for everyone. I defend people whose rights have been abridged. The city is liable if we don't hire people without discriminating against them based on their race, their gender, their national origin, and that includes all races. So we can't discriminate against anyone. So I just wanted to go on record in the same forum that people took offense at, and that's why I like social media, because I'll get feedback right away. But I just want to say to every Hartford police officer that it is not my intention to denigrate them. They have a right to their jobs, but we also want to protect their jobs and protect the jobs of everybody who works here. So if our city is going to survive, we're going to have to open our doors and hire people that live in this city as well. And I thank every one of you in here that works for the city. I appreciate all of your work, but I also look for each and every one of us, and it's not just me, this whole council expects that we hire Hartford residents. And if we do that, you'll see that the budget years will be a lot easier. We'll live in a city that's a lot safer, and it really will become a safer and more loving community. So we thank you all for your work, Public Works, and we thank the police department, the fire department, and we always encourage people to remember that the people in this city are the ones that will make your job secure. We cannot have them unemployed and think that they can pay the taxes that will support this city. So we thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kennedy?
Because of the hour, I would like to just answer a couple of budget questions.
No. One question.
No, I'm the budget questions. I'm not asking for responses. I'm asking for them to be written.
Go.
Oh, thank you. I'd like a list of all the consultants for the Department of Public Works. Specifically looking for, I understand there was a consultant that was in management being paid $66 an hour. I'd like to find out who that is and the reasons why. Okay? So, I mean, that's it. If there's any questions about that, folks can come see me and find out what I'm looking for. We're done.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you.